You good to go?
Okay.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's Warren City Council meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just real quickly, we apologize for the delay. Again, we had a closed session meeting that ran a few minutes over and needed a few minutes to get our paperwork in order. So, with that,
Roll call, Madam President.
Mr. Bacamino.
Present.
Ms. Comartin. Present. Mr. Green.
Here.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Here.
Mr. Stevens.
Present.
Ms. Vogt. Here. Mr. Warner.
Here.
Camp present.
Item number 4, adoption of the consent agenda.
Need a motion and
So
support?
moved.
Motion by Mr. Warner.
Support.
Support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin. Yes. Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt. Yes. Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Green. Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
A few changes. First, Councilwoman Kathy Vogt has asked that her item 15B, as in boy, be removed from the agenda. The next is Councilwoman Comartin has requested an item to be added to the agenda tonight. That item will be, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 15C.
The original
I'm sorry.
request was mine, but I'm withdrawing that request, so we're making Ms. Comartin's 15C.
Mrs. Comartin's item 15C, authorized use of city property for city fair. That item will be added. There was also a request that was being made, a request to appeal of denial of fireworks permit to Dennis Robertson of Fit Entertainment. That item is going to be placed at item G1, which will be 11G1. And the reason for that is because our commissioner is going to be here for item 11F and item 11G. So we'll just try to combine that so he doesn't have to sit here the whole night. And Mr. Green, did you have an item?
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. I'd like to add an item, proposed City of Warren Police Command Officers Association Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Because that will also involve the commissioner, I'll make that item G2. I'll read through those again. Councilwoman Vogt has requested item 15B, which is her item, be removed. Councilwoman Comartin has asked to have an item added, which will be 15C, as in cat. The firework appeal, G1. The WPCOA contract approval will be G2. Those are the changes.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as my item regarding the closed gas stations, that will be back on the next agenda.
Is that, if that's your request? Yes.
That is my request, yes.
Very good.
But I would also like to add a discussion regarding the our auditor's contract.
Okay.
Next is
We will put that at 15D.
D. Thank you. Yes, we could just put it as B.
That's fine too.
Okay.
15,
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Sadowski.
Councilwoman Kathy Vogt has asked to have discussion on the auditor's contract. She removed 15B. We will make her new item 15B, as in boy. Those are the changes, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing or hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. Passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is number 6, approval of the minutes of the special meeting of June 3rd, 2011. They were tabled on June 14th, 2011, and the regular minutes of June 14th, 2011.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Comartin?
I'd like to make a motion to separate the question because there are changes on minutes.
Being that one was tabled, I believe they automatically have to be separate. We
Right.
have to remove the one from the table.
Okay.
So at this point, will be
Motion to remove from the table?
the special meeting minutes of June 3rd. Motion by Mr. Sadowski to remove from the table.
Support with discussion.
Support by Ms. Comartin. Discussion, Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These minutes are posted on a website. Actually, it's the tape. And in my mind, and after reviewing that tape, these minutes do not reflect the discussion that had taken place. If anything, the acknowledgement of a couple council people that were acknowledged by the chair, matter of fact, Councilman Stevens and Councilman Green, their comments are not even reflected on these minutes. The other thing is, so I will not be in support of these minutes because they do not truly reflect the conversations that taken place. I think they need to be more detailed than what we have before us here. Secondly, through the chair to the city attorney, Attorney Biernatt, in your statement, there is a statement on here. It says, Attorney Biernatt confirmed that the notification was sufficient. I'm just asking you, do you feel that that was, that truly reflects what you stated in our meeting?
Best I can recall,
Sorry, your microphone.
pretty much what I said.
Microphone, Judge.
I believe I did indicate that something to that effect, if I recall.
Okay, something to that effect. All right. I think that needs to be reviewed a little further, too.
If I may, for points of clarification, Mr. Biernatt?
Yes.
The members that were not present at this meeting, I don't see how we can attest to how the minutes were or weren't in their accuracy. Should they abstain from voting, or?
Yes.
I would think so.
We have in the past.
Is he looking for something?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Should they abstain from voting? Is that what you're saying?
Right, on the
Yeah.
approval of the minutes. I mean, I realize they can maybe vote to whether remove it from the table or not, but as far as the approval of the minutes, I can't attest to what was said there.
It would seem appropriate that those persons who were not there would abstain because by voting one way or another, you're assuming or you're implying knowledge of what took place, and And the fact of the matter is, those who were not here have no knowledge, so it would be akin to a nullity.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Comartin.
if I make a suggestion that these minutes come back in more detailed form based on the tape that we have, because there were some council people's comments that were left out altogether.
Do you wish to remove your support for the removing from the tabling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anyone care to replace that? I have a motion to approve, or I'm sorry, motion to remove from the table by Mr. Sadowski. Any support for that? Support by Mr. Liss. Okay. Let me call the removing from the table in question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes to remove.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Bracamino.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Camp, no. The item has been removed from the table, 7-2. Now I need a motion and support on the minutes themselves.
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Green. Was there any further discussion regarding these minutes? Okay, I'm going to ask that council excuse me from voting on the approval of the minutes and the fact that I was not in attendance of this meeting.
I make a motion to excuse Council Chairwoman Camp and Councilman Liss. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll support the motion, but I disagree with
Mr. Liss was not.
parliamentary rule. I've researched this issue out, and if we're going to move to staying fine, but I think that people, even those who are not at the meeting, still have an obligation to vote on approval of the minutes of the ministerial function. But I'll support your motion.
To excuse Ms. Camp.
Yeah.
Okay,
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski.
The only other question, does Councilwoman Vogt have to excuse herself from the minutes? Because she had to excuse herself from participating in the meeting.
Was she in the room though?
Yeah. She was in the room.
If she's in the room, I think she can attest to what was said.
Okay, I did.
That's my own personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter. I asked to be excused. I had a support by Mr. Liss. I'll call that question. Ms. Vogt.
Yes, to excuse Ms. Camp.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bracamino.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
And that passed 8-0. Thank you, members of council. And now back to the original motion on the approval of minutes. I had Mr. Sadowski to approve them, Mr. Green to support. Any other discussion? I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Bracamino.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
No, for the reasons stated by Ms. Comartin.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
The minutes have been approved. 6-2.
The next item is the
Regular meeting.
regular meeting of June 14th, approval of those minutes.
Need a motion and support?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Green.
Support with discussion, Madam Chair.
Support by Ms. Comartin. Discussion, Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 38, last page of the minutes, you go down to the, in the first paragraph, right after charter provisions to the Secretary of State. Right after that, there was comment based on the tape. Whose responsibility is it to submit those? Council, city clerk, city attorney, or the administration? That was totally left out of the minutes. And that needs to be in between where Ms. Michaels' comments are. And then as you go down to the motion, right after the motion where it says authorities to get that initiated right after that, because right now we have nothing that exists up there. Detroit has their charter and ours isn't there. We also have a couple other issues that are not addressed, term limits and compensation. So what are we going to do? Are we going to wait till the election happens and then have another mess? That was all in between there, and I think that's important. And then it goes on to Councilman Liss with the amendment that he made to send a certified copy to the office of the Great Seal and the Secretary of the State's office and the Macomb County Clerk. And that was the final item on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion regarding the June 14th, 2011 meeting minutes? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 7, approval of the bills.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve with discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Malzek.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well, thank you.
Good.
And yourself?
Good.
Good. There's a couple of checks, 507-207, which was on page 65, and also same check number on page 18 to General Motors, LLC. $297,683 and $6,608. Was that settlement of the tax appeal?
Yes, that was for the 2010 tax appeal.
The 2010 tax appeal, which dealt with only tax year 2010?
Correct.
Okay. And another check, 507-202 to General Motors Corp. for $66,000. Was that also part of the settlement?
Can you give me the check number again?
I'm sorry. 507.
What, I'm sorry, what page too?
Oh, page 18.
Okay. Yeah, same thing.
Same thing?
Right.
It's the resolution of the, okay. Was there anything sent to council? Are you aware of anything sent to council that told us what the settlement was?
I believe you guys had I don't know if it was a closed session or not.
We requested a closed session. We did not receive one. We did not hold one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Malzek.
Yep.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Good evening, Mr. Melzick. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for talking to me and going over some of these today. The question I have for you, of course, I brought up check number 507-20765 General Motors. You did say that was part of the settlement, and you said there is one more portion. That particular check was for 2010. Is that correct?
That's correct. 2010, and then there was also the 2009 settlement.
Okay. And let's see. The other question I have for you, check number 507166. That was for actually it's a total of $74,731.82. Part of it that is coming out was for the parking lot and parking lot construction out of the NSP funds. Is that all finalized, or is that just, are we paying in advance for Owen Jack's Parking Center?
Right. That is a progress payment.
Okay. So it's just the beginning. All right. And then the estimate, there's two different payments on it. What is the other payment? They're both for parking lot construction. What is the other portion of that payment? There are two individual amounts. The one I see that is related in the backup to the paving, but there is an additional $37,544.06. What is that for?
They're exactly for the same thing. One's dated, it's 1 week later. One was June 6th payment. The following one's a June 13th payment. In your backup.
Yeah, I don't see it on my backup. Where?
Which one do you have, number 10 or number 9?
Let's see. I've got number 9.
Okay.
In
I
my
have number
backup.
10. I can get you. I can give it to you right here.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm missing. I'm just missing it in my backup. Okay. That explains that.
Any other discussion from council members?
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other council members? Go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is number 9, announcements.
Any members of council with announcements this evening?
Madam Chair.
Wow. Mr. Sadowski?
And I guess I'll be the only one.
How about it?
Oh, okay. I'd like to congratulate my parents, Richard and Arlene Sadowski. Last week, they celebrated their 49th wedding anniversary, so congratulations, Mom and Dad. They celebrated by quietly going out to dinner. They said that they're going to recharge their batteries and wait for the 50th and then have a big blowout. So,
Very good.
so congratulations, Mom and Dad.
No other announcements? I do have one. On Our Own Productions is doing a musical of Big, the movie, musical version of the movie Big, at Fraser High School Performing Arts Auditorium, which is at 34270 Garfield, south of 15 Mile. That will be on July 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th at 8 p.m. If you're interested in getting tickets, you can go to their website, which is On Our Own Productions, www.onourownproductions.com. It's all one word, to reserve your seats, or you can call 586-439-7312. Reserve seats in advance are $5 and $10, or at the door they're $7 and $12. So some inexpensive but very quality entertainment. I can tell you I saw their production here in the community center of West Side Story, and they did a great job. So if you get an opportunity, I think it'll be well worth your time. If there's no other announcements from council members, we'll go to the next agenda item.
Agenda item number 10, public hearing, review of special assessment roll 370 in Ray abatement of nuisance at 7524 Jackson, $2,203.50. Motion to approve?
I'm sorry. Item number 10 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Not seeing or hearing anyone, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
I didn't notice it on the resolution, and I did not notice it in our comments. What is the percentage of interest rate that we are going to be charging on this? Through the chair to maybe Mr. Sadowski knows.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Comartin, I was asking.
Okay, on the resolution that we have, and it is not on our agenda, the interest rate that we are charging on this?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Do you have any idea what it is?
Let me,
It's blank.
if it's blank, then I wouldn't know. Our controller's here.
Mr. Malzak? I don't know. I just have concern with it being, with the interest rates being very low at the bank right now. I just want to make sure that we're not charging the residents an exorbitant fee and here we're approving it, and there is nothing in there at all. So if it stays, according to what interest is on a bank or, something very similar, I don't have a problem with it. But anything higher than that, I think it should be capped at a lower rate.
Would Mr. Gannon know? Or,
I don't know.
Nancy Purvis is here.
Is anybody here that knows?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt?
perhaps we could go through the chair to Mr. Burnett. Would not the interest be the statutory rate?
Yes, I believe it would be statutory, and I believe it's always added later. I don't
Okay,
think
can you-
that
Can you turn your microphone on?
I don't believe in these resolutions we normally put the interest rate. It's added later. I believe it's statutory as well.
Okay, so it's a...
But I would have to check that out, to be perfectly honest with you. But I think this has come up before.
Yeah, and last time we did not have a percentage on it either, but I'm just wondering what is the statutory rate and have it that or less?
It's not high.
It's not high. Well, I just don't want it to be 8 or 9%.
What?
I mean, that's kind of...
Okay. It's that whatever our legislature, because the statutory rate changes, and it's based on what is basically the current rate. It's not an exorbitant rate.
Okay.
But whatever it is what must be charged. I don't think we have discretion
On,
to say we're going to charge this rate or that rate. It's whatever is set by statute.
okay, well, if it's set by statute, I don't have a problem with this, as long as it is not something that we pick out and put in there.
And I just want to ask Mr. Burnett to confirm that, please.
I believe that that's the case. I will check it out, however, make sure by the next meeting I'll have a definitive answer as to what chart they use in computing these rates.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes, based on Burnett's comments.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item.
Madam
is-
Chair, before we go to the next agenda item, we missed agenda item 8.
Oh, my gosh.
I was so excited to get to announcements, to tell everybody about my parents' wedding anniversary. Item number 8,
Yes.
budget expenditure report.
Motion to receive and file.
Motion by Mr. Warner to receive and file.
Support.
Support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? I'm sorry, Stevens. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you for the oversight correction.
The compliments of our court reporter down here, Ms. Clark.
Item 11A. This item was tabled on 6/14/2011. Request to approve an additional appropriation of funds in the amount of $113,268, budget of the Michigan Transportation Local Roads Fund, in order to provide sufficient funds in several accounts for the balance of the fiscal year, and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving said request.
Motion to approve.
Motion to remove from the table.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt to remove from the table, support by Mr. Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item's been removed from the table.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Green to approve, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion?
Discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Neighbors? Any chance Mr. Simone's here with you? Okay.
Good evening.
Mike.
Can you turn the mic on?
I spoke with Mr. Simone after the last council meeting and told him that you were requesting some more information, and he did put together a little packet that I believe I have a copy of that was sent to Mr. Sadowski. I don't know if all of you have got a copy of it, but it kind of breaks down the complexity of the 6 funds and hopefully kind of explains to you how we came up with those numbers. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that.
I did, but what the question I was asking that still remains unanswered is if they're permanent employees, even though it's from a different department, why didn't we just take the money from that department instead of pulling it from the general fund, from the fund balance?
Hopefully Rob can answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, I sure can. If Mr. Simone gave you, did you get his document?
I did.
Okay. Basically, what it happens is, like myself, I am budgeted 100% in my department, the controller's office, which rolls up to the general fund. Okay. But in this case, someone from Mr. Neighbors' department will be spread out amongst many different. We budgeted in many different departments, and there's 6. There's for major roads, and then there's 3 categories of major roads: routine maintenance, traffic services, snow and ice control. And then those same 3 categories are for local roads, okay? So at the beginning of the year, we budgeted that they would spend 3% of their time on local roads and snow and ice control. What happened is, because of the bad winter, they spent a lot more time on the local roads portion, and it was at 5.08%. So that extra time they charged to local roads, snow and ice. So we had to appropriate more money for that one item. What you'll see, I think this is the part that maybe wasn't explained to you. What you'll see is in other areas we had savings, and that would be in major roads, like in routine maintenance. Then not as much time was charged. What we can't do is we can't do transfers between major and local funds, so we have to keep those separate. That's why we had the extra appropriation of $116,000. Does that help?
Okay, so instead of taking the fund from the department from which the employee was actually funded and transfer that over to...
They're funded in 6 different areas. That one person's divided into 6 different areas.
Right.
Yeah.
And we put more into roads, the snow removal.
Correct.
I understand all that, okay?
Yep.
Is the money coming back from whatever department? It comes back to the general fund?
No, these employees, their time is not in the general fund. They're in the major roads fund and the local roads fund.
Okay. So we've already accounted for them in the major roads. You know, we're
Major
talking
and
about
local.
$18,000 here.
Yep.
But and I don't dispute the overtime and what have you. My only point is, if we've already funded for this person over here,
Correct.
and now we're saying, nope, you worked over here. Okay? So we need to pull more funding over here to pay that person.
And that's why, yeah, exactly. And that's why
Okay.
we're here.
Why are we taking it from this department and putting it to this department?
We're not taking it out of where there was an underage, and that underage is in the major roads. Okay, we can't do that. So what we're doing is we're asking for more money in local roads, and you'll see there'll be additional funds in major roads that we'll have to spend next year.
Okay. So we just, instead of taking it from major roads to local roads, we're taking it out of the general fund?
No, we're not taking it out of the general fund.
We're taking it out of
Local roads.
fund balance adjustment, $113,000.
I'm sorry?
The fund balance.
The fund balance, the local road fund balance.
Okay.
Not the general fund balance.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you good? Okay.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Stevens?
not to confuse things, because it sounds like they're settled, but I think what Ms. Vogt was driving at was, if somebody came from, say, the water department to work the overtime in the during the snowstorm.
Sure.
The money that was allocated originally at the beginning of the year for that person, would that money remain in the water department? And would it, in fact, be an overage because they're now being paid from the local roads fund?
No, they would be paid out of the local road fund. So what you do is when they fill out their timesheet, they say, I spent my time in local roads on the exact department is snow and ice or whatever the case may be. So then they're spending their time, it's their actual amount of time spent in that category.
Okay, but their wages that were allocated at the beginning of their budget, if they're being paid out of local roads now, which is the local roads budget, wouldn't there be excess money in the water department?
Right. No, this is just overtime, so this is up and beyond their normal day.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you. Mr. Mousa?
Yeah.
In the future, just to be even a little bit clearer, you know how it says fund balance adjustment, and where that comes in, and a lot of people think fund balance, that it's just coming out of a certain fund. If we have it as local road fund, we know specifically that that's coming out of the road fund. I understand that we are in situations where we have overages, and just based on the snowfall that we had over the winter, definitely we were dealing with a lot of that, and unfortunately it happened on holidays and peak times where we needed to get the guys out there on 24-hour shifts. So it was just dealing with the way the weather pattern was this past year. But it would just be helpful to see, a lot of times we get these account numbers and we budget for something. Sometimes we use it for unfilled positions within an employee's budget, and it's taken out of there. So just to get it a little more detailed and a little helpful, because this is not a line item budget, we're not seeing directly, where this is coming from to make up for the shortfall in another line item. Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino? Not here. Camp? Yes. The item passed 8-0.
Next agenda
Madam
item?
Chair, since Mr. Bacamino is not here and not available to vote, I think we need to excuse him, as we would any other council person who is not available to vote.
I agree.
Good point. Is that a motion to excuse Mr. Bacamino? Where did he go?
I have no idea where he is.
Here he is.
Oh,
There he is.
thank you.
Okay. Well, do we need to excuse you? Or do you want to vote?
Right back.
Was agenda item 11A, Mr. Bacamino?
Yes, I know. Use the bathroom.
Is that a yes?
It's a yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And the item passes unanimously 9-0.
Next agenda item is 11B. This item died for lack of support, 6/14/2011. Consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute contract for 22437 Cuttingham home demolition and new construction project with Platinum Development Corporation in the total amount of $153,250, ITB-W-8227.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Bacamino,
Support.
support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Ms. Borges, since you're here. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to know if you wanted to give, because you provided us some additional backup information, being that these original items, when originally addressed, died due to lack of support. In regards specifically to the 22437 Cunningham, is that the one with the mold? I apologize, I don't have my notes in front of me. It was the Rosenbush. Okay. Can you give us some background on the Cunningham location?
I don't think your mic's on.
Sorry.
Sorry. I actually did not visit the Cunningham address, but from discussion with the inspectors and the community development staff, the problems there are just multiple. It also has a mold problem, but the mold was not as extensive as the Rosenbusch address. The walls were literally caving in up and down the hallways. The roof was falling in.
Well, rather than you having to describe the physical property all the way along, I guess I'm just looking at this is again through the home funding projects?
Correct.
And it's for the purpose of rehabilitating homes such as this rather than demolishing them?
That's correct.
Although...
This particular bid was for the demolition and redevelopment or rebuilding of that property.
That's what I thought. Okay. And just in regards to the backup that we were given on this chart, it says it was the third bullet point on the back of your letter dated June 22nd, where the approval of the construction contract.
Yes.
You want to just give us a little bit more information. At the end of the year 2010 grant year, $161,234 was recaptured?
Sure.
Meaning that...
Yes, as of last year at this time, because the funds were not utilized, we basically gave up over $200,000 or gave back $200,000 to the home program. And so...
which is a federal program, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And that wasn't brought up the first time that we brought this before the council at the last meeting because we didn't know that it was going to be an issue. But as you can see, the area highlighted just down below there indicates that the amount of uncommitted funds as of July 31st must be less than $404,092. And if the Rosenbusch and Cunningham construction contracts, and I know you're only asking about the Cunningham project at this time, are not approved by July 31st, HUD will recapture home funds in the amount of $228,655.
Okay. And that's really, I mean, I wanted to give people at home some kind of a background of what we're doing here and why. I mean, I know myself, I've questioned other council members, Mr. Stevens, Ms. Comartin, I believe, in the past as far as, is this a proper use of the funds and the fact that we spend so much out rehabbing the houses and then by the time we go to sell them, we don't usually, come anywhere near recouping that. But on the same token, I mean, this is a tool to help us invest or reinvest in some of these homes that otherwise would sit as vacant lots. So, I mean, it's kind of, a back and forth as far as, what do you do and what's the best way to make use of this? Because although I think, I guess I'd rather use the funds to invest in our community than turn them back over into the federal. I mean, I realize it's still taxpayer money, but even, the city of Warren can opt not to use it, and then another community will be awarded it another time for them to clean up their community. So...
it's very likely because they do distribute the community development block grant funds that are not used by communities as a whole out to communities that have utilized their funds to date, and if you don't use them, you will lose them, as they say.
Right. All right, well, I appreciate you being here, and I just wanted a little bit of clarification. Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
The reason why I really had an issue with this the last time was basically with Cunningham. I had sold a house on Cunningham. It appraised for $50,000. My huge, with the insight on this and looking at even a Washington property, very similar to what you're constructing here, a same size lot, everything, that would only be like $97,000. So 97 there, 50 in our city for a ranch house on the same size lot that I just closed. Same identical street. I know it's a huge loss. I know that we have the money already allocated for the purpose of it, and I don't want to put us in a position where we give back the money, but I do have a huge issue of a value in the dollar number that we invest in the property. The $150,000, not even recouping, nowhere near the value or the investment that we're making. I'd rather see the money go to homeowners who need improvements, the NSP money. We had a waiting list, and help out all those people who could truly need the improvements on their home for safety issues. So my vote will be reflected in that with this one.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
I yield to Mr. Green. Go ahead.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bacamino. Ms. Burgess, the funds that we're using to demolish and construct this is home investment partnership funds,
Yes.
and those funds can be used for that purpose and that purpose solely, or are there any other purposes that those funds can be used for? I know we have different funds for different purposes. We're limited, so
Right.
please define that for me.
If you recall the meeting of the whole that the Community Development Department had with the council earlier this year, and where we discussed the 5-year plan, and we talked
Right.
about all of the different pools of funds that we receive, there are other limited uses for the funds, but we've already allocated those for those
Correct.
purposes. So the funds that we're talking about for these projects are limited for this use.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
We've looked at this before. We've talked about this in the past. These are federal dollars that are coming back to us. These are not designed for a money-making venture. They're not designed for a revenue-neutral venture. They're designed for investing in neighborhoods where houses are, well, this one in case, they did a fire training there. And now we're going to put up a new house there. The other side of the coin, if we don't do anything with it, we have a house that we have to pay them to tear down, and then we'll have a vacant lot that we're going to have to cut every year. So we can either use the federal funds to invest in the neighborhood, and we're not going to break even on the price. We're going to sell it for what we can sell it for and get a taxpayer in there. The other side of it, as I said, we can do nothing, and we'll have another empty lot in the south end, which I don't want. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. Ms. Borges, on this particular property, though, hasn't the demolition already occurred? Or is it?
Yes.
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 Because I was out there today, and I'm talking to the surrounding neighbors on both sides and across the street. John had a pool there swimming, and he was telling me that they approve, they want this. They don't want it to be an empty lot, and they certainly don't want the previous renters to come in. They want a homeowner, and this particular federal fund is designed to put people in a home. Of course, the cost for a house is going to be the same, for the materials and the labor. It's, like realtors say, location, location, location. And the neighbors there, their houses, first of all, were beautifully kept. Flowers, beds were immaculate. And they're just happy, excited about getting a new home and their new family, taxpayers, Mr. Green said. So if we don't do this, we lose $153,000 to put that home. And I know the homes there are selling for about $50,000, but we are, and people, for many years, Michigan had the luxury of paying more federal tax dollars than we ever got back. That's because the economy was good, the auto industry was booming. Now we need the help from the federal government. That's our money, as some of the audience said. That's our money. Yes. And it's time to get it back, put it in this neighborhood, particularly this Cunningham. The 3 neighbors that I talked to are thrilled about it. And it is designed to keep neighborhoods to have homeowners. And one of the concerns I've had by knocking doors is that people, renters. Well, this is an opportunity to use that federal money to for one home on one street to have a homeowner which will pay taxes. So I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
As it was pointed out, I've had the hardest time getting my arms around this whole process here. What was the purchase price on this? I left that additional backup. What was the purchase price on this home?
It was,
I think it was like 11,000 something.
I believe it was 12,000.
12,000.
Councilman.
And then we're going to spend 153,000 to tear down and build up a new home. And what is the expected sale price of the home? And this is the hard part. This is where I can't get my arms around it.
Well, it's difficult to estimate, you know.
But for that area, that square footage,
We're probably talking, you know, no more than 50,000.
right. So
And that's based on right now, today's economy.
right. And that's where I have the hard time getting my arms around it. But as Mr. Green pointed out, if we don't utilize these funds, we end up with a vacant lot that we have to maintain. We don't have somebody on the tax rolls and stuff. And so long term, it is best for the city to do this, because if we don't utilize this money and they take it back from us, guess what? It's going to some other city down the road that is going to do the same thing with it that we wouldn't be willing to do. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Any further comments? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Barcamino.
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Camp, yes. The motion passed, 8-1.
Item 11C, this item died for lack of support, 6/14/2011. Consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute contract for 25756 Rosenbush home demolition and new construction project with American Style Homes, LLC, in the total amount of $125,800, ITB-W-8228.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve for the same
Support.
reasons.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Comartin?
good evening. I have a question for you. On this particular one, we had the demo and the construction combined together. Acquisition cost, we have separated at $25,000. Do we know how much out of that is going to be the demo with us? And did the community economic department look at maybe even using some of our demolition companies that we've been working with on a regular basis to see if there was any savings in that?
No, I had the bid documents.
Yeah, it doesn't have it separated, so I was just curious, out of that 125.8, how much of that was for the demolition, just to see how, if it's in line with what we've been paying for demolitions.
I'm sorry, I don't have the breakout with me of the bidding documents, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 11D, this item was removed on 5/24/2011. Tabulation of bids and recommendation in Ray furnishing one roll-off truck with hoist for the sanitation division, and consideration and adoption of a resolution accepting the lowest bid submitted by Wiegand Max Sales and Service Incorporated in the amount of $157,061, ITB-W-8373.
Need a motion and support for item 11D.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski.
Support.
Support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ganem, I spent quite a bit of time with the gentleman down in the recycling center. I figured he was probably I don't want to say the best person to speak to, but he's the one who operates the current roll-off, and he gave me quite a bit of information regarding the roll-off. For people who don't know, when we talk about a roll-off truck, this is the way we transport 30 and 40 yard dumpsters to Great Lakes. We take our composting material, everything that you see at the recycling center. This is the vehicle that they utilize in order to transport back and forth. The current vehicle that we have, I know, is in pretty rough shape, and actually from our auto subcommittee found out it was in a little bit rougher shape than I believed it was. This is really the heart and soul of the recycling center, and without this vehicle, it will basically shut the facility down because we have no way of transporting that aside from dragging it behind a larger truck, and I don't think that they're going to allow us to do that. So, Mr. Ganem, in our subcommittee, you had touched on the condition of the vehicle. Would you like to get into that a little bit more, the current one that we have?
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Gus Ganem, Deputy Public Service Director and Sanitation Director. That truck that we budgeted for this truck early last year, I thought that we would get by with the truck that we had. We've been putting band-aids on this quite frequently. We have major problems with the hoist. We have major problems with the lift, for lack of a better word, the lift bracket that lifts up the hoist. It lifts up the can actually. It slams onto the frame because it doesn't have enough power to hold the can up, and so unfortunately it cracked the frame. It did get inspected by a police officer on the way down to the facility to dump some compost. The police officer let us take it back home, but he said that if he sees it again, he's going to impound it. So a truck cannot run with a cracked frame. We can't run it outside the city. This is the last dinosaur we have. We've done a great job replacing our fleet. This is 2007 with over 104,000 miles on it, and the miles that they have, that carries major loads on its back. We also do DPW, some stuff with DPW when their truck breaks down. We also do the wastewater treatment plant. Any festivals that we have, we transport, at 30-yard and 40-yard cans out to the festivals. So it is a workhorse. I tend to try to fix up the old one as best I can. Probably won't be able to last very much longer. But I'm going to give it to the wastewater treatment plant so they can move their cans around a little inside their facility, so we don't have to come, go over there and move their cans for them. But other than that, it's unsafe and not, it's a health, safety, and welfare issue for our employees.
With approval with this item tonight, how quickly could we get the new roll-off?
Unfortunately, not soon enough. I think it could be at least 45 to 60 days.
What do we do in the meantime then with the recycling?
I'm gonna borrow a truck from another friendly company that I've been talking to, and they're gonna let us use one of their trucks. So hopefully that's what's gonna happen.
Any option with just having Great Lakes come to pick it up for the next month?
They said they do that, but they charge us $165 a haul. I think we get it done cheaper than that.
I know taking the compost is something that we have to do because I know that Unidig doesn't have the facilities to.
Right. We're going to run the risk of obviously for a little while, but I think that for the most part we'll be okay. We just try to get it as quickly as possible. I'm trying to negotiate a loaner from Wiegand Mac. They said they might have a demo coming in next week. If that works out, then I'll get a demo. Other than that, I think Richfield offered to help us with a roll-off truck. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ganem.
Good evening.
When we ordered this truck, have we ordered all the appropriate and proper equipment?
Yes, I did the bid spec on this truck, and all the proper equipment is intact.
Okay, we're not going to be switching out any parts of it here and there?
No.
Okay. I understand we're having some problems with some of our new trucks. They've been out of service. I've noticed the recycling trucks coming very late in the evenings. What's the story there?
At this time, I can only tell you that I have written a letter, correspondence with the Judge Burnett and our city attorney to...
Wait a minute, Judge Burnett or our city attorney, Mr.
Both.
Burnett?
He's both in my book, but...
Okay, well, we have a Judge Burnett, you know.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Junior. But basically, I did write a letter just recently. We sent it correspondence along with some damage that we have. We're going to proceed on this lawsuit, I believe, with your concurrence. We'll bring it forward soon. We've had many problems with our recycling trucks, the new ones we bought. They're internationals. They are not holding up. They've been in the shop. One truck has been in the shop over 80 times since we bought it. We have numerous problems with the braking system. The braking system heats up and blows a tire. The tire then evaporates and takes out the airbags in the back and some of the mechanisms in the back for hydraulics. So International has been through ongoing, I guess, refits to try to fix the problem, along with a mirror, a Tor, and a couple other braking companies. They're not working. As it sits right now, we have 3 recycling trucks on the road. We're using garbage trucks to pick up recycling trucks, the old ones. If you see a garbage truck picking up recycling, for those out there in TV land, don't get alarmed. We're not throwing it away. We're short of trucks, and therefore we have to, again, have 2 people on a truck instead of 1 person. That's a cost to us. Our costs are up over $30,000 already for these trucks being out of service, and not including the tires and the mechanics and all that. So we're still compiling it, but we are going to definitely go after International for a full reimbursement.
Okay, Mr. Gainem, you did the specs on those, the recycling as well as our trash hauling trucks.
I did the specs on them. The specs came back proper, but the braking system is not the same as a Mack. They tried a new braking system. I believe they're having problems with their logic center in their brain for the truck. Brakes are brakes. They stop trucks. It's got to be a computer problem, and they haven't been able to fix it yet.
All right. This truck that you're going to be borrowing, since we can't get a new one for a month and a half or 2, is there going to be a contract to borrow the truck, like a rental agreement? What kind of insurance coverage? What's the story?
If that happens, I'll get with Denise Williams and have the proper insurance, but it won't be a rental agreement. It'll be just a loan, just a loan us a truck.
All right, who's going to loan this city?
Richfield Equities.
I'm sorry?
Richfield Equities.
Richfield Equities. And what did they want in return?
Nothing. They manage our transfer station for us. That's to their benefit.
Someone's offering something for nothing.
We have to take our trash up on the hill to pay them to take it up there. If I can't take it up there, then I can't pay them. It's mutual beneficial.
So no agreement, just a handshake. That makes
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying whatever Miss Denise Williams tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do.
Who tells you to do?
Denise Williams. She's our insurance provider.
I understand.
But if she tells me, whatever she tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, whatever the agreement is, I would expect that it comes back to council for our approval.
It would have to.
All right.
It might not have to be done. We'll see.
It might not happen?
No, it might not happen. I mean, if I get a loaner from Wiegand, then I won't need it. I won't need that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gainem.
Thank you.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ganem.
Good evening.
Life expectancy of the current truck with your specs that you have outlined?
I believe that life expectancy will be 10 years. Usually 8 years, but this truck doesn't produce, isn't a stop-and-go truck like a garbage truck, so it should last 10 years.
I know you were trying to get conformity to your department with trucks, so we have parts and everything. Does this fit in well with everything we have, or are we looking at additional parts? And And is this something that our DPW can work on?
Yes, this is a Mack Granite, same type of truck we have right now. And another thing I want to clear up is I hear people come up to the microphone and say that our trucks are ruining our streets. That is absolutely not true. We had a tandem 10-ton garbage truck running up and down our streets. We have a 13,500-ton 4-axle truck running up and down the streets. It's it's DOT approved, and I'm tired of listening to people come up and start saying that our trash trucks are ruining our street. There's absolutely no way that those trucks are ruining our streets.
Well, I think part of the issue that came up with that was when you came before us, you said that because of the wheel span and the extra wheels that the load would be kind of consistent, but what people are telling us is that when they make a turn that not all wheels can be down. So the distribution is not even on the wheels as it goes with the longer trucks. And that's what we're hearing out on the streets. Or when they go over like a drain on the side of the road, that we're having problems with the tires going in it and, sinking those down.
Our trucks are no heavier than a salt truck that goes up and down salt streets in the wintertime or plows your streets in the wintertime. In fact, the distribution makes I think that salt trucks might be a little bit heavier for distribution. They are tandem axles. They do have 3 axles. So, for somebody, bring the proof, right? I say this. They're DOT inspected. They're manufactured by a reputable company. They're driving on 8-inch concrete and with a base. And we're not going into Heritage Village because Heritage Village has their roads aren't even capped.
They're not to the proper standards.
No, and they're not to the proper standards.
And
not only that, they're not even capped. They don't have a 2-inch cap on them.
It's not that we didn't try on that one. They did not make it to the standards that were implemented in that PUD agreement.
We also don't go into some condo associations because they have to bring the trash out to the curb because they don't have the proper roads either. Some roads are built properly, some roads aren't.
One other question for you. Warranty on that? How long?
5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Okay. Parts and labor?
It would be not labor. It'll be parts and labor for the transmission, the engine, the drivetrain. Yes.
Okay, for main.
Yes.
Okay.
We do our own maintenance.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Buckman?
Thank you. Mr. Gannon, the current truck, 1997.
Yes.
And the average life is about 8 years, so we got 14 years out of it.
Yes.
How do you attribute that? That's unusual, isn't it?
Ben Neighbors, great mechanics.
It's magic.
And then the truck is going to be going over to the water department to be used in-house, just for hauling things and that. So we're still going to get some use out of it. So okay, that's it as a credit to our department there. The other thing I just want to interrupt here, the recycling program. I know you were instrumental starting it at Crothers Elementary School this year, and
it was a pleasure.
Students there kept track of it, and they set a new record of recycling that they'd never done before. So the goal is now to beat it and hopefully challenge other schools in the city to follow our lead. But it was an educational opportunity. Appreciate you taking the time to, I guess, can I say go green without getting, I don't know, I got the look. So, but yeah, helping our kids go green. A lot of people don't, the recycling program is just to instill future habits for the next generation. And as it becomes normal for them, we go backwards in time. My grandparents recycled naturally. We recycled everything in the old days, and it seemed like for a generation we kind of skipped it with all the plastic. But they're starting to get back on it. They're excited about it. They enjoyed the educational opportunity as well. Thank you.
I can tell you, Mr. Bachman, it's a pleasure bringing another school. And I think Mr. Sadowski, we did a school just recently too, and it's great to have those schools come on board out there. If you're listening, teachers, if you don't have a recycling program in your school, please contact me. I'll be more than happy to start one. Also, our recycling program has grown over 1,400 tons a year. So it's grown probably one of the biggest growths in our county. I'm checking on that, so let's find out. I have a report for that for you too.
Any further comments from council members? I just have one concern. If it's a health safety threat issue to our workers at recycling, don't send it to water. I worry about the health and safety too.
It's going to take, and then to drive on the road, it's a problem. Again, we drive it within our city limits, and, I think it'll be okay. And they're going to move boxes around the water plant, so they're not going to go on the main roads.
Okay, all right. With that, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
It took a long time to get here, yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Took even a little longer to get to me. Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 11E, tabulation of bids and recommendation in Ray purchase of one 2011 Crown Victoria Police Interceptor under the Macomb County Cooperative Bid Program for the Police Department, contract number 23-05, 2011 MY, grand total amount $20,481. Also, payment to be authorized to be made within 10 days of delivery to the recommended vendor. Bid MAC-W-8404.
Motion to approve. Discussion.
Motion by Mr. Warner,
Support.
support by Mr. Sadowski. Discussion, Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Green, thank you for coming. Can you explain to the audience what the purpose of this vehicle and the circumstances behind it were?
Can you turn your microphone on?
Excuse me, good evening. This was a vehicle that was totaled. We received approximately $9,000 in an insurance check, and we have money left over in our fleet maintenance budget for this year. Combine those two, and we're just purchasing the vehicle, replacing it.
Okay. And the other cruiser was scrapped out?
Yes, it was totaled.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from council members?
Sure. Just
Mr.
an update.
Barcamino?
How was the officer after that wreck? Is he all right?
Fine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Go ahead and call the question, Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 11F, request to approve an increase in budgeted revenues and appropriation in the amount of $9,877 budget of the Police Department to account for receipt of an insurance settlement check totaling $9,877 for damages to vehicle number 8 and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving said request.
So moved. Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, and I'm sorry, support by Mr. Green.
Yes.
Any discussion? Obviously, this is just the receiving of the insurance payment towards that'll be used towards the purchase of that vehicle we just approved.
Correct.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 11G, request to approve a transfer of funds in the amount of $111,534, budget of the Police Department, Civil Defense, in order to cover the wage and related fringe benefits costs associated with the retirement of the Civil Defense Lieutenant and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving said request.
Need a motion and support?
I'll move the motion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion?
Discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
Seems we've had a lot of retirements from the department.
That's correct.
And I'm given to understand just this year alone, up through August, there'll be 23 retirees. That sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, with that many retirees, and they didn't all just come in the last few months, although a lot of them,
Half of them came last week.
half of them last week.
Yes.
Is there money in your budget to cover this?
To
Without-
cover
with
to cover the people leaving? Yes, there is. There's money in the budget to cover the majority of people that have left currently, our command staff, and I've reduced the command staff by 23% in the last 6 months, anticipating our budget concerns. And so there is budgeted money in there as a result of the reduction of staff money that was budgeted for this year. I haven't replaced a captain, 5 lieutenants, and then I've eliminated lieutenants' positions and replaced them with sergeants, saving 10%. So I've kind of reshuffled my command staff and eliminated certain positions that I didn't feel that were necessary anymore. And I did that in conjunction with the Command Officers Union, and things seem to work out because, as council knows, my goal is to maintain patrol levels on the street, and we've been successful in that. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago we hired 3 police officers, and we are in the process of hiring 6 more police officers right now. We're doing their backgrounds to maintain our budgeted 144 police officers, of which 121 serve the citizens on the road. But it was an organized and planned effort. It wasn't crisis management by any means, and these officers leaving quickly based on their assessment of legislation, I think we've been successful.
Okay, back to the question about the money.
Yeah, there is money there.
Okay. So, well, then if there's money there, do we need, you're asking to transfer funds, right?
The transfer, Kevin Summers is the person retiring. He's lieutenant in charge of emergency services. His budget stands alone because it's required to stand alone. I can't anticipate when a person's leaving. The $111,000 is the computation, is contractual obligation for his final average compensation, and I can't anticipate when a person's leaving, so thus the transfer of money.
Okay, don't be so defensive.
I didn't know I was being defensive.
I'm just asking, I think, appropriate questions.
And I'm just giving you the right answers.
Okay, so we're taking from civilians and clerical and the shift premium.
Pardon me?
You're taking the funds from civilians and clerical?
I don't know the answer to that question. The funds are in our budget because we didn't replace command positions. They're budgeted. It's budgeted money. It's not coming from clerical. The answer is no.
So you don't need the transfer?
What's the question? Are you telling me it's coming from clerical?
That was my question to you.
And
yes.
My answer originally was the money is already in the budget because we did not replace command positions.
Okay.
I've reduced the command level by close to $1.5 million. There's money in the budget to offset this final average compensation for the officer that left.
Okay. Commissioner, in one breath you're asking me to transfer funds, and the next you're telling me you have the money. Now,
in one breath you're telling me not to take it easy, and I'm relaxed.
Okay,
let's relax
good.
together.
I like you a lot when you're relaxed. All right, you're taking it from civilians and clerical.
You tell me. I don't know. I didn't know I was taking it from civilians and clerical. There you go. There's your answer right there. Come up and join me.
Yeah, the money's coming from account 1301-7602, civil and clerical account.
Okay. So are we down in clerical and civilians?
Yes.
We are. Are those positions that have been eliminated altogether?
I can't speak to that. I just know that there were funds available. There are funds available. That's why we chose that account.
Okay. So you just chose accounts where funds were available and said we need to transfer it over here.
Yes.
That's a great, simple answer.
There's still funds available.
Thank you.
Account, though, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckmino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is G1, request for appeal of denial of fireworks permit pursuant to Section 18-8D of the Code of Ordinance and court order in Dennis Robertson doing business as Fitz Entertainment MCCC number 11-2555-AW.
This is a request for appeal. Need a motion and support?
Motion to deny.
Well,
I think we need to hear the appeal first.
I'm wondering if we even need a motion because it's an appeal. The appellants are apparently here.
Correct. Yeah. If no one objects, we'll proceed and hear the appeal. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michael Kilpatrick. I represent Dennis Robertson. I don't know how much background information you have with respect to this matter. Dennis has applied for a license to sell fireworks. He made this application on June 1st, 2011. Apparently, the application was not transported to the commissioner's office from the clerk's office until June 20th. We received a decision on June 24th, formally why he was denied. As a result of that, I just briefly go into the background. I filed a writ of mandamus to have this matter heard in Macomb County Circuit Court. I guess unfortunately for my client, or fortunately, either way, he originally drew Judge Biernat, who recused himself on Monday morning. We had a hearing this morning in front of Judge Massaroni, who ordered this matter be heard by City Council. To me, I think the statute is quite clear as to why my client should have a license. Your ordinance clearly indicates that you can, that the issue of good moral character with respect to an applicant is within the discretion of the police commission. However, there are some background information that we may be able to dispute that. According to Section 18A of your code, it indicates that good moral character is propensity on the part of the person to serve the public in a licensed area in a fair and open and honest manner. The reasons we were given why my client was denied is no mystery. It indicated, the police commissioner indicated that he was denying his request based on convictions of Controlled Substance Act dating back to 1990. And as a result, and also 2 felonies in 2007 out of 31st District Court, as well as a minor or misdemeanor drug conviction in St. Clair Shores in 2009. Your statute, your code indicates that a judgment of guilt in a criminal prosecution or a judgment in a civil action shall not be used in and of itself. The only criteria that the commissioner gave with respect to the letter dated June 24, 2011 was the result of the conviction. So we therefore think that he should be given the opportunity to have a license. When we come before the commission, we do have the ability, or city council, we do have the ability to indicate the reason why my client has rehabilitated himself. I might add, and you can ask questions of him, he has, in essence, spent approximately $700. He got the occupancy permit. He paid the $110 for the fireworks license. He also paid $95 for a sign permit. He's been selling fireworks in Southeast Michigan for approximately 16 years, as well as in Warren. He sold fireworks in Warren from 2000 to 2006. He had one incident in Warren where his table was not up to 6 feet, which your code requires. It was up to 4 feet. He immediately, he was shut down for 90 minutes. He handled that matter in an expeditious fashion within the 90-minute time frame and had the problem, the violation taken care of. He sells fireworks in St. Clair Shores. He's licensed to sell fireworks in St. Clair Shores right now. He's sold fireworks in Sterling Heights, Madison Heights, Lenox Township. One of the issues that may concern this council was respect to the punishment he received with respect to the convictions that he had. He successfully completed, I do have a letter from the 40th District Court where he successfully completed his term of probation, where he was drug tested, where he reported on a weekly basis. He completed that within 8 months, even though he was given a year's probation. The city of the city of St. Clair Shores gave him a license with respect to that matter. I believe a lot of what is going on and what we're facing right here is when my client applied for the application, he probably went the route that I would not have taken, in the sense that the media was called in, and I think that caused people to dig their heels and attempt not to give him the relief that he wanted. But there really is nothing contained within that letter that would pertain to his good moral character absent those convictions. Like I said, your statute indicates that that cannot be the sole criteria for denying him this request. He is a father of 2. Like I said, he's done everything that he's supposed to do. He's met your criteria. He's sold in the past. So we're asking that you grant him the license to sell the fireworks. He's ready. He's able to go. He has a lease that he's already got on, 13 Mile in Hoover, which he's already prepaid. There's approximately $10,000 in product that he's already paid. Part of the reason why he went through this, and I would like to emphasize, is that he has had no problems in the past. He's had his license in the past. So I would ask that you grant him this license. You can question him if you want, or however you would like to proceed with this.
Okay, having heard the appeal, can I get a motion in support, and then we can go for further discussion from there?
Motion to deny.
Motion by Mr. Green to deny.
Support.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bacamino, support. Further discussion? Any council members?
I have a question.
Mr. List.
Either to the attorney or to... Oh, thank you. To Mr. Green. In your letter, Mr. Green, you're saying it's Chapter 13 that regulates the sale of fireworks. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the charter. And a question to Mr. Burnett. Are these proceedings de novo, or do we have to consider what's on the record?
Microphone, please.
Excuse me. I believe that these are essentially de novo hearing because there is no record. In this case especially, Judge Masseroni remanded this matter back to the City Council.
For administrative relief?
Yes, for relief if any was to be given, at which time the arguments could be made and were made. And I, just for the record, I have been advised that the city attorney plays no role in this process, and if this were, say, if there were a denial, I believe they would be back before Judge Masseroni tomorrow. Is that correct?
At 1:30.
At 1:30, at which time Ms. Michaels would be representing the city.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Green. Is there anything you want to add to the record?
The council's correct. Using the criminal history of the plaintiff is not the sole reason that I made my decision. Section 18.8 clearly states that my assessment of good moral character has to, the substance of the former offenses have to be somehow related to the occupation for which this person is applying for the license, and that I have to make an assessment as to whether or not I feel that person is rehabilitated. Certainly based on his criminal history and the repeated pattern of controlled substance violations, I don't think he's rehabilitated. And as far as the nexus between his criminal record and the business for which he applies, everyone knows that that fireworks, it's heavily regulated business. It's heavily regulated because there's a great propensity for illegal sales, and this person has proven that he's been involved in illegal sales before, whether it be narcotics or it could be potentially the illegal sales of fireworks. Everyone knows there's great potential for that. That's why it's heavily regulated. In addition to that, there are a number of issues that evolved during this process. One being that the plaintiff was having Channel 4 with him all the time, following me around when I come outside of meetings, when I come outside the circuit court. I didn't really appreciate that, and I feel that's an assessment of his moral character as well. In addition to that, it's been suggested to me that they just apply for the license in someone else's name, and that's a violation of City Ordinance 1816 and 1812, which provides that the license can't be issued based on fraud and misrepresentation. With all those things said, I certainly feel that there's a relationship between his criminal activity and the license that he's applying for, and I'm responsible for public safety in the city of Warren. Thus, my judgment was to deny his request.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I yield.
Then I'm going to call a question. There was a motion to deny by Mr. Green and a support by Mr. Bacamino. Mr. Green.
Yes to deny.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes to deny.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes to deny.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes to deny.
Ms. Boat.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes to deny.
Camp, yes. The motion to deny passed unanimously.
Thank you, Counsel.
Our next agenda item is item G2. This is approval of the proposed City of Warren / Warren Police Command Officers Association collective bargaining agreement.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Liss.
Support.
Support by Mr. Sadowski. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here, Mr. Schimmel.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Schimmel, for getting at least the outline. These are the key points of the contract.
I hope you got my second one as well. My second email. I sent you one around 3:30 or 4 o'clock as well.
You're telling us that it had been approved.
Yeah, I sent you one this morning and then one later in the afternoon, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the timetable on this whole thing went so quickly, I was trying to do my best to keep all of you informed the best I could.
And I appreciate that very much. This was approved 11 to 19? The vote?
Yes, 19 to 11.
Okay. My concern, it's always been my position that when two parties negotiate and they reach an agreement and the membership approves, then, who are we to say otherwise? Okay?
Good.
It's here for us to approve, but here's where I have an issue. The captain's positions are to be appointed. How many captain's positions? 3 or 4? There's already one appointed.
2.
Can I make some comments and come back to that first? Can I say this? First of all, I want to express my appreciation to Commissioner Green and Lou Galasso and Dave Hendrickson, to Denise Williams, to Mark Simler, and especially to Mike Coretta, Heidi Metz, and their team. This councilwoman vote was something that was put together. It started last Thursday. It was what I consider to be not the first time anything like this has ever happened, but I thought it was rather amazing that we could get all of the parties together, including Howard Schiffman. We worked very, very hard all day long to come up with this agreement, and I think it's credit to all of these people to have gotten this thing together. I want to make a comment, if I could, about an article that appeared over the weekend that's related to this in the Macomb Daily, which I read it as if I were taking pot shots or criticizing certain council people.
especially Councilman Stevens, Bacamino, Warner, Green, and Sadowski. I felt it, the way I read it, it was saying that I was criticizing these people. I want to assure them that nothing could be further from the truth. I wasn't criticizing anybody. My comments were made a year and a half ago, by the way, and I just want to clear that up, that I was not taking pot shots or cheap shots at you folks. What I said a year and a half ago, and I say it again today, that this process of trying to downsize, warn, save money, deal with the budget, deal with the union contracts, this is a difficult process. And I said at that time, as you'll recall, that, I think we need to make a 15% cut in labor contracts across the board. And I say that again today. But I guess maybe I should have made it clear, and I thought I did, that, we'll take whatever we can early and more later. That still holds true. And in labor negotiations, you cannot get everything you want all at once. And after I made those comments, no union came in the door the next morning and said, gee, I hear you need 15%, and I'll give it to you. Nothing like that ever happens. So we do what we can when we can, and we use our best judgment, and we take what we can at the proper times. And I think we did a pretty good job taking approximately 5% from 5 unions at one time. I think we're doing a very good job with this particular contract.
Okay, Mr. Schimmel?
And I just think it's very important to understand that this process doesn't go as fast as people, as I would like it and as all of us would like it. I'll get off of that. I'm done with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nice speech.
Okay.
Okay, now, I ask questions.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm not going to go through item by item in this.
No, I asked you
TA.
one.
Okay.
One. All right?
I'll give you one.
I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
I asked you about the captain's positions.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
How many captains are there?
2.
There's only 2?
There's 2. Right now, there's 2.
Okay, there's one appointed.
That's right.
And only one other captain?
That's right.
All right. And what happens to that captain now if, and I assume the appointment means Mr. Fouts is doing the appointing.
That's right.
What happens to that captain now?
He's in fine shape. As far as I know, he's doing well.
Okay, but Mr. Fouts could say, I want a different appointee in there. What happens to the captain?
I'm not going to play what-if games. I think...
well, I think that's a legitimate concern, Mr. Schimmel.
Well, that's fine, but I don't have the answer to that question.
All right. So there's... I guess I need to go back and take a look at the budget. You're telling me there's only 2 budgeted...
I would tell you that the one captain that is now in the union will stay in the union, and that won't change until he leaves, and when he leaves, there would be appointment. That's how I understand.
All right. Have we eliminated 2 captains' positions?
We've eliminated 1. We used to have 3 captains. We have 2 now.
Okay. At one time we had 4 captains. Now we're down to 2.
Commissioner Green has done a remarkable job in the restructuring of the department.
Stand up, take a bow, Commissioner.
He's worked seriously.
He's turning very red.
Amazingly close with all of us in helping us downsize the command positions. And I got to give credit to the command union as well for working so well with us on that same effort.
Okay.
You said just 1, but I'll...
Well, you took a whole lot of my time out.
Okay.
Okay,
Gotcha.
Mr. Schimmel.
I hear you.
How long will it be before we actually see the contract here? What we have here are the highlights.
Well, you have the tentative agreement itself.
Okay. Leave of
that will
absence.
get turned into language at some point, and when that's turned into language, do you want me to make sure that you're one of the very first ones to get it?
Okay.
I'd be glad to do so.
Well, certainly council should have it. but I know the firefighters didn't get theirs after more than 6 months passed, and
Well, I'd like to point out that the firefighters and the other unions, we have 2 other unions as well, that we're waiting on them to come back to us.
since there's potential litigation, let's not go there.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you
Number
were bringing
15.
it up. I just thought I'd respond.
Okay. Mr. Schimmel,
Yeah.
paragraph 15.
I don't
Leave of-
have paragraph 15 in front of me, but go ahead. You mean item 15 on the...
Item
Yeah?
15.
Mhm.
Yes. Leave of absence language to be the same as ASME Local 1250. What is that language?
Leave of absence language in the 1250 contract provides that, pardon?
It's 6 months.
Yeah, the 6 month. The leave of absence language in the 1250 contract is the kind of language we want, and that's what we put into this particular contract. Commissioner Green has had occasions where someone will leave for no reason whatsoever for a year and a half, try some other venture, come back to the city and say, well, that didn't work, I guess I'll still be a policeman. And Commissioner Green, you can explain that better than I can. Whereas in the 1250 contract, they have to have a reason to leave, and they can only leave for 6 months.
Okay, so can it only be 6 months?
Right.
The difference is with the current budget concerns that we have, people can leave now for 18 months, and they can leave to go to law school, they can leave to open up a coffee stand, they can leave to take a different job and see if they like it. I can't fill the position for 18 months while they're gone. So if I have 5 police officers that do that, or 3 command officers, I got vacant positions that I can't fill, and I'm down to the bottom line right now, and I can't afford that. So this gives me the opportunity to have a 6-month window instead of an 18-month window, and to have part of the decision making as to whether or not we grant it.
Okay. My big concern here is the union has given up more and more as far as appointments to administration. And I think Mr. Fouts has more appointed positions than any mayor has previously. But if the union's willing to do that, I'm not the person to say otherwise. So 2 people reach an agreement. It's an arm's length negotiation, which I have to believe that that's what it is, between the union and the administration, and the membership votes on it. I'm certainly not going to tell the membership no. So the bargain the city has created, that the union has agreed with, I guess we go forward from there. Thank you, Mr. Schimmel, and I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you very much. Can I make one more comment, Matt, or would you like me to just get out of here?
No, I just want to see if there's any other comments from council members.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Comartin and Mr. Liss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Schimmel.
Good evening.
I appreciate us getting the information in detailed form in advance. I know sometimes these things come up, but you took the time to put it together and get it to us as quickly as possible, and I do appreciate that very much. The other thing is, so we are looking at a 23% reduction in the command, which reduced 11, is that correct?
At least, yes.
11, and then that leaves us, if I'm not mistaken, 2 captains,
2 captains.
7 lieutenants,
That's correct.
and 16 sergeants?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right, and by this reduction, it's going to keep us on the path of keeping 144 officers out on the street.
Well, Councilwoman, that's exactly what we're trying to do all the time, is get these kinds of contracts settled so that we can keep 144 people on the street. That's entirely correct. I can't, we can't guarantee these things, but this contract, if I may say, does 2 things, and one thing I consider more important than the other, actually, is structurally, the labor contracts in this city we're trying to deal with. I think, again, I don't want to go back to that newspaper article too much, but they seem to think I've been in hiding and I'm not living up to my slash and burn reputation. But I've been in hiding, working diligently, I feel, on these labor contracts because structurally they need a lot of change. And that's what this contract does. It brings a tremendous amount of language changes here and gives the commissioner and the people running the department greater flexibility in delivering their service. And they're not so tight and bound by certain rules and regulations, which quite frankly are outdated in these days and times. So there's a lot of language changes in here that are very, very helpful to the department in addition to the money savings. Did I answer your question? I probably got off again.
Yes, you did. You went a little over, but it's fine. I appreciate the hard work that went into the negotiation of this contract, and I do believe the most important thing is reducing from the top and keeping more officers out on the street, especially in this economy, and all the hard work that has gone into this and the ratification of this. So, thank you.
Mr. List?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman
I'm going to
List.
ask you some questions, but I'm wondering.
I'll really work on keeping it short here. I hear you.
Yeah, what's your favorite color? No.
Okay. I like your white jacket. I told you that earlier. We got that out of the way.
I'll loan it to you.
Okay.
Savings. What are we looking at in savings here?
We're looking at $400,000 approximately in the command unit. Do you want me to go on and say that if we had those? No, you don't.
Well, we're going to be dealing with that later,
Fine.
so probably silence is a better part of discretion at this point. That includes how many people in the union, in the labor, in that labor union?
Well, there's 30 people in that labor union at the moment.
Okay. And just as a side note, I forgot, I see that the president and the vice president of the union are here. I'd like to thank them for being here and thank them for calling me today. Who is going to be responsible to draft the final agreement?
That'll be done by our labor attorney.
Mr. Schimmel?
No, our labor attorney, Mr. Schiffman.
Oh, not Mr. Schimmel, Mr. Schiffman.
Right.
I don't think it's going to. I've got a suggestion because
You don't want me to draft it.
I don't really care who drafts it, so long as everybody's happy. Yeah. But how are we paying Mr. Schiffman right now? Monthly? Are we paying him on a monthly basis or
yes,
an hourly
we are.
basis? I know that the firefighters have a grievance against the city for an unfair labor practice because the agreement hasn't been finished.
It's in their hands at this moment.
Pardon?
It's in their hands. We're waiting for them.
For their response. There are an awful lot of labor agreements that I know that Mr. Schimmel, Mr. Schiffman drafts, and sometimes they don't get done quite fast enough. And what time frame are we looking at here?
Councilman, that was a very disturbing issue when I first arrived in this city, the fact that the contracts were all over the place in pieces. And
nobody had a copy of any contract.
Right. And I can only assure you that I put the metal to the pedal on all 7 or 8 union contracts. And most of them are now in the hands of the union reps, waiting for them to respond to the work that we've done. So I can't give you exact days, but I have pushed them into the other direction.
When I started serving on this council, I contacted the city attorney's office and I contacted HR, and no one could give me a guarantee that the contract that they were sending me was the approved contract. I did get some tentative agreements, some bullet points.
It is my goal to get them all online.
Sure, that'd be great.
As soon as possible.
Schiffman submits a bill and the tentative agreement isn't finalized, I'm going to vote against it. His payment.
Okay, that's, I'll tell him that.
Yeah, well, I see him in Royal Oak often.
I know.
I have a question for Mr. Green. When a police officer takes a leave of absence for, let's say, hypothetically, under the current contract, 18 months, don't they have to get recertified as an officer, as a police officer?
If they're gone for more than a year, correct?
Okay, so how many times has that happened that somebody's left for over a year in the last, I don't know, 5, 10 years?
Often. Maybe close to 10 times.
No.
It's more often than you think.
Okay. And they still have to get recertified?
If they're gone for more than a year and they're not in a law enforcement capacity, yes, they do.
Right. And that's up contingent on them to get recertification?
We send them back for, I believe it's a 10-day recertification.
We pay for that or they pay for that?
No, we don't pay for it. We send them back.
We send them back for
part of the requirement to
certification.
come back on board.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Answer all my questions.
Any further comments from council members?
Just more, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
To the Commissioner. Commissioner Green, with this contract, I mean, we've been talking for like, I don't know, 40 minutes now, but just so the public knows, in your opinion, how's Warren doing with our officers on the street and also your command?
How are we what? I'm sorry?
Just sum it up for the people at home, because they've been listening for about 40 minutes, a lot of technical stuff. And I mean, are you confident we're going to be okay? We wake up tomorrow, our men and women are going to be on the streets protecting the citizens of Warren, and the command officers are going to be fine.
We're doing great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. I just want to commend the administration, Commissioner Green, and the members of the union for getting this settled. And I know it's been over 2 years that they've been working on it, so glad we can move forward on this.
Thank you.
With that, I'll call the question. Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to move for a recess.
We have a request for a recess.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Council going to recess.
Find another bingo hall.
That's why I wanted them. We were.
If that does take it right. We got to figure out a way to warm it up. Yeah, you marked down already. I'll bring the form to fill out.
So how have you done?
Well, okay now.
In and out of the hospital, in and out of the hospital. Oh, because people missed you. They were asking about you. So I told them one meeting.
In and out, in and out. I mean, all that food out of me, they got down my lunch. Mostly out of here. Lost almost 20 pounds. It was all fluid. And I got some trouble with that.
I'm still praying for you.
I appreciate it, sir. I had to call the
If I can have all the council members return, we'll resume the meeting.
thank everybody if I get a chance to speak about all the prayers and all the
Once you pray for somebody has to get something, you have superstition. Superstition and praying, that's really bad.
The council members will return. We'll go ahead and resume the meeting. Who was on this RFP?
Are we on item H? Or is that just H? Okay.
Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the meeting on agenda item 11H.
Request to award bid ITV-W-8391 Property and Casualty Insurance to the Highland Group for the first of a 4-year contract and to approve checks to be issued in the amounts as shown.
Motion to approve, discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Williams. you could go over the details of the insurance renewal, parameter changes, and the optional 10 million exit 10.
Good evening.
Good evening. Denise Williams, Director of Human Resources. The insurance is remaining the same. The current bid met all of our current specs within our current property and casualty insurance program. It did come in approximately $90,000 less than our expiring 2010 premiums. What also came with this bid was the ability to purchase an additional $10 million in excess of $10 million for approximately $76,000. The city maintained $20 million in liability insurance from 1998 to 2002. At that time, after 9/11, it became very cost prohibitive for us to purchase and even not available the additional $10 million. So we had to reduce our liability limits to $10 million. Every time we've went out to bid for the past 9 years, we have asked for proposals for that additional $10 million so we could bring our limits back up to $20 million. Those proposals have been cost prohibitive until this year. This year, we have a very competitive proposal to increase our limits back to $20 million. It still keeps us below our 2010 expiring premiums. And I would like you to seriously consider that proposal. I understand the economic times we're in, but I also would not want to be penny wise and pound foolish. So I would like you to consider that proposal. Outside of that, I'm here. I can answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. To continue on what Ms. Williams was speaking about, currently we have $10 million in liability limits for our insurance. As she said in the past, we used to have $20 million and it became cost prohibitive. The pricing to get, and we call it 10x of 10. We have $10 million, we want excess an additional $10 million to get to 20. The pricing is very good. The decision we have to make is, and we all see the lawsuits that come in, the litigation, the settlement agreements. We don't know what's going to happen. We've seen things that we didn't expect to happen in the last 4 years that we've been on council. And it's very difficult to foresee what's going to happen in the future. But we have had instances where that $20 million limit does give us some protection. The decision the council needs to make is the $81,748 estimated savings over the previous year. Do we want to take that savings and account for it in something else, throwing it to general fund reserves, sending it to insurance reserve, or not being penny wise and pound foolish to purchase the additional limits? So it's really a decision. I mean, when we're out there making sales and someone says, how much limit should I buy? That's up to you. There's not a really a scale for, well, there are some scales for saying this is your financial statement, so this is how much limit you should buy, but it really is a personal decision and a management decision of how much liability limits we need to carry. When was the last time we had $20 million?
We had $20 million from 1998 through 2002. In the days when I sold commercial insurance and my clients would ask me, how much limits should I have? What do you think is appropriate? I would say, how deep are your pockets? Right. And so that really is what you want to look at. And that's what you should keep in mind when you're making this decision. Unfortunately, when times get this way, it becomes more litigious, and people are more hungry out there with respect to these lawsuits and settlements and that kind of thing. We don't have a crystal ball, but it certainly is a sense of security, and it is a competitive price. So,
yes, the pricing is very good. The layered pricing is very, very cheap, competitive, whatever word you want to use. But it's council's decision. Do they want to spend the extra $74,000, I think it was, or do you want to? Yeah. Do you want to realize the savings we've seen over last year?
It's actually
council. I'd like to hear
$76,714. That includes the surplus lines tax.
Correct. I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the input from Councilman Green. I know this is his expertise and in being on the RFP committee. I appreciate his efforts in this. Thank you for our conversation, and you answered all my questions in the packet, knowing that we have other policies that cover those issues. So with our costs being in line, and me personally, after the meeting that we had before this council meeting, I would be in full support of an optional 10 million, something that we haven't seen in really the city of Warren in quite a while.
Almost.
Yeah, and with the pricing structure that you had talked about earlier, I agree that I think that would be an added value to the community and better support for the city. So that concludes my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, you said that we had 20 million up to the year 2002.
Yeah, June 30, 2002. Yes.
What happened to take us below that?
September 11th, 2001. And when the insurance market basically crashed.
Right.
Capacity was gone, and it became very cost prohibitive at that time.
So this will then take us back to those levels?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Stevens?
I would just like to echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Kumartin in that I would be in favor of exercising the option for the public entity liability, the extra 10 million also.
If I could make one comment that I was remiss in, I just wanted to also thank Councilman Green. He was an asset to the committee, and it is really wonderful to have someone with his level of knowledge and insurance on my on the team and on the committee. So,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you. I'd like to amend the motion, if I'm hearing from the rest of the council, to lost my words. In addition to making the recommendation to approve the item, to also add to make an addendum to purchase the extra 10 million at the prices quoted in the RFP.
Okay. And Mr. Stevens, you support that?
Yes, I do.
All right. If there's no further comments, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is 11I, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the appointment of Bonnie McInerney Slater to the position of Director of Downtown Development Authority and Tax Increment Finance Authority. Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Ms. Vogt. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Liss?
Ms. Williams. What is the salary range for this position?
Well, I'm a little thrown off here because I wasn't expecting to be here for that item, but I do know that the salary is the original salary for just the DDA director, and that the additional funding that the former director was getting to be in charge of economic development and community block grant is not a part of our new DDA director's salary. I think it's around 76,000, yes, and some change, yes.
Is that the range or is that the salary?
It's a flat salary.
Okay, thank you.
And it does have to be approved by council. That's my understanding also.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
I had an opportunity to review the resume of Ms. McInerney Slater. I also spoke with Mr. Brown and Mr. Earl, who advised that they had conducted many interviews, and Ms. McInerney Slater by far and away came out ahead. The salary that is being offered is actually lower than the previous DDA director was making. And of course, you'll get the benefits, excuse me, under UAW 412 Unit 35 contract. So I wish you well.
Thank you.
I hope you will get our DDA motivated, moving, and active. I know there's a lot that could be done. The last 3.5 years or so, the DDA has not been as active in development as I would like to see, and I know part of that is economic. So I trust you're going to take us in the right direction.
I look forward to the challenge.
Thank you.
Any
Good luck.
further-
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McInerney Slater, pleasure to meet you.
Nice
I
to
did
meet you.
attend one of the interviews, not yours, but the DDA was very thorough in their questioning, and I welcome you to the city, and we look forward, after reviewing your resume, I really look forward to seeing what you have to offer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you, Madam
Comartin?
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to our city. I would really appreciate open lines of communication between DDA and council, and look forward to hearing from you and all, the direction that we're going to be moving and what good plans you have in store.
I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? I just have a question. Welcome. I don't mean to be rude. I just had a question for Ms. Williams.
Hi.
Thanks for being here, dear. Just a quick question in regards to, it's my understanding that obviously the economic development portion has been eliminated from the previous person that had this position. So now it would be strictly DDA and Tifa for, I'm sorry, do you go by the both McInerney or Slater or?
Generally, I just use McInerney.
Okay, thank you. So that being said, will any do you know if any portion of the pay, will it all be specifically out of DDA funds, or is it out of the general fund?
It will all be out of DDA funds now.
Okay, and then in regards to the additional benefits, that'll also be paid through the DDA funds?
Yes.
Okay. What, Ms. Sorry, McInerney? What have they, in your interviews, or what have they implied to you that the current happenings, or what direction do you feel that you'll be picking up as far as where the DDA is at now?
I think I'm going to have to work with the board to see what their direction and their vision is. I know that business attraction, there's been some talk of doing some incubator type work if we can find the funding to do that. Looking at grants, looking at opportunities, working hand in hand with the county, trying to share some resources to bring business in and retain the businesses that we have.
Okay. All right. My own personal position on this is the fact that I don't know that because of the economy that the board is not able to handle what little activity is taking place at this point, so I don't want you to take this as a personal reflection to you or your resume. It looks outstanding. But at this time, I think it would be best served to allow the board to, I don't see any immediate need at this point that the board can't fulfill the duties that are required. So I don't feel the need to fill the position currently. And that's just where I stand on that one. But it's not a personal reflection on you at all.
I understand.
All right, with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp no. The item passed 8-1.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is 11J, notice of appointment and request to confirm the reappointment of Sherry Braza and Jocelyn Howard to the Planning Commission for each term of office to expire June 30th, 2014.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. List. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have absolutely no problem with Ms. Braza or Ms. Howard. I think they're doing a good job. My question is, we have a third member whose term expires June 30th, 2011. And I'm questioning why we're not reappointing that individual, and if we're not going to reappoint him, why haven't we got a new person named? Is there anyone here who can address that question? I would suggest that perhaps we want to, well, their appointments expire June 30th. I would really like to know why we're not doing something for the third member. No one here from administration? Through the chair to Mr. Biernat, if we do not confirm the appointments tonight, if we were to table it to the next meeting to get an answer to that question, those appointments would continue until there is another appointment, correct? Okay. With that in mind, I would ask that we table this item to our next meeting, and hopefully someone could give us some indication of what's happening there.
I would support that motion.
I have a motion to table by Ms. Vogt and a support to table by Mr. Liss. Ms. Vogt?
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
No.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
No to table.
Mr. Warner?
No to table.
Mr. Stevens?
No to table.
Mr. Sadowski?
No.
Camp? No to table. The tabling motion fails, 6-3. I need a,
We go back to the original motion.
Ms. Vogt was the maker of the original motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, I don't know that she wants to withdraw it.
I didn't withdraw the motion. But jump right in there, Mr. Sadowski.
Our original
No,
motion.
I don't have a problem confirming these two individuals.
I understand.
Okay, but why are we not taking care of the third? Are we leaving that position empty? I just would like to know.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
To follow up on Ms. Vogt's question, if I may, to the city attorney, if we appoint these two individuals whose terms are expiring, and then the third individual whose term expires on June 30th is not reappointed, he too would still continue until either reappointed and or not reappointed. Is that correct?
I think that's the case.
Thank you.
Well, just for comment's sake, I didn't vote in favor of the tabling of the other two because I have no problem with them being appointed, and I agree with Ms. Vogt. It's a legitimate question. Why are we not addressing the one who expires in 2 days? But I think we'd be better served to go ahead, make these appointments, keep the board as solid and continuous as we can, and then send a resolution or a request to the administration as to what is taking place with the other appointment that's expiring and hasn't been addressed.
I would make that a part of my motion.
So a motion by Ms. Vogt to approve with a request to the administration asking about the other appointment that expires on June 30th, 2011. Mr. List, do you still support that motion?
I do.
Then I'll go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 11K, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving change order number 1 and final to contract JS-10-530 2010 Joint and Crack Sealing Program, which decreases the contract with K&B Asphalt Seal Coating Incorporated in the amount of $91,660.33 and authorization for payment to be made in the amount of $5,833.97. Also authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute said change order.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Warner. Motion by Mr. Warner, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to allow our new acting city engineer to introduce herself.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
You turn your microphone on.
Good evening, Council. Dana Dordeski, Acting City Engineer.
I talked to you earlier in the week about a residential problem. So came as a shock that I didn't get Mr. Shadig on the phone. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your input and look forward to working with you.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't get your name.
Dana Dordeski.
Would you spell your last name for me, please?
Dordeski.
Okay. And it's Donna is the first name?
Danuta. I commonly use Dana.
Okay. This project was not completed.
That is correct.
So what are we going to do about it?
We will rebid it for this current construction year.
Okay. How much of the job remains incomplete?
There is about $90,000 left, I believe. And it was determined that we will not continue the work with the same contractor, so we'll go through a new bid.
Okay, is that 50% complete, 20% complete?
They completed the work and they got paid for what they did. Total amount is...
I can read the numbers, I understand that, okay? I'm just asking if you know, is that halfway there? Or, I mean...
Well, we're not continuing with this contract. We're asking to...
Rebid it, a whole new contract.
Well, at this point, we're asking for closure of this contract as is. We're paying them for what they completed only. We're not going to be continuing completion of the remaining scope of the original contract.
Okay. Is it a project that needs to be completed?
It's an ongoing maintenance program. Joint sealing, as you know, it's done on an annual basis. So it's not something that's done every couple of years. It's every year.
Okay.
Or depending when the funding is available.
Okay. Well, welcome aboard. I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just going to a question on the contract itself. I know that we're closing this out and finalizing it. Was it budgetary reasons or just basically because of the contractor and workmanship?
What happened is it was a late construction season project. It started, I believe, around July, mid-July or August, and there was some prevailing wage issues, administrative issues. By the time they were resolved, it was simply too late in construction season to complete it. And when we got to this year, it was obviously very wet, and just the time that was allowed or available, we wouldn't be able to continue with this contractor and stay within the original contract terms that were allowed.
Okay, so we're just outside the contract terms as far as that goes. It's going to be rebid out with the new budget. And how much money do we have allocated with the new budget?
I believe in this 2011 contract, 2012 budget, we have about $50,000 available for joint sealing.
Okay, so really with the $91,000 being a credit, we're still a little short for our next budget too.
A little bit. Correct.
Okay.
It's less than it was in the previous year.
Will that $50,000 cover the work that wasn't completed, or probably not?
Basically what happened, this contract was awarded on the amount of the funding that was available at that time. I'm sure the contractor was willing to do a little bit more, but that's all that we have. So we awarded it in the amount of not to exceed $150,000. And because of the circumstances, they were only able to complete about $58,000 worth of the work. So now anything that's remaining goes back to the general fund, I believe, and we're going to start fresh with this year's funds for the new rebid of the same work.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
explanation. Thanks.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, Mr. Odesky, Mr. Shadig was acting city engineer. Your title is civil engineer?
At this point, I'm acting city engineer. When I prepared that letter, I believe, was there any correspondence that you're referring to?
There is correspondence dated June 10, where it's, bless you, your title is civil engineer.
That is correct. I was working up until last week in a capacity of a civil engineer in the engineering division. That was my title, civil engineer.
That was your title, and your title now is?
Acting city since...
Acting city engineer.
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry to have to question you, but we don't get notice of appointments, or at least some of us don't get notice of appointments. So that came as a surprise.
It's not really an appointment. It's a civil service position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. List?
There are just some mysteries in life. But to Mr. Burnett, we do have a continuing council resolution passed some years ago requiring the administration to notify us of any personnel changes. And notice that hasn't been updated in a while. I'm wondering if you could check with the administration, see if they could submit a new list of appointments and other significant changes to the personnel. Thank you. I have nothing further, Madam Chair. Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamine?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Welcome.
Item 11L, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving change order number 2 and final to City Project P-09-523 2009 CDBG road paving project, which decreases the contract with Al's Asphalt Paving Company Incorporated in the amount of $22,554.12 and authorization for payment to be made in the amount of $50,769.21, also authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute said change order.
Need a motion and
So
support?
moved.
Motion by Mr. Stevens,
Support.
support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Item 11M, request of Information Systems Division for approval to waive the bid procedure and authorize award to annual financial software maintenance renewal from the sole source provider, Information Development Consultants Incorporated, in the amount of $49,050 and authorization for payment to be made within 10 days of receipt of proper invoice. SOL-W-8406.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Stevens,
Support.
support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Just as a final note here for people watching at home, it says IDC is the developer and owner of these software packages. We cannot obtain these services from any other source, as the software is licensed directly from IDC. In addition, if there are updates to the software system, they can only be provided by IDC. So with that being said, I'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 13, audience participation.
Thank you. Our first speaker this evening is Tomas Banya. Good evening.
Good evening. All right, so the only thing that I didn't speak about last week was, if you look at that audience participation sheet, someone changed a few things on it. Why did they do that? You guys didn't amend that, did you? I didn't hear it. All right, so the first thing I'm going to talk about is the June 2nd and June 3rd special meetings you guys had. Ms. Cole-Martin brought up a brilliant point. Those minutes do not reflect in any way, shape, or form what really happened and was said at that meeting. Why you guys approved those minutes, I have no idea. The next thing I want to talk about is the ballot proposal for the redistricting commission from last year. My question is, show me where in the city charter does it say, in the current city charter, not on this ballot proposal, in the current city charter, does it say that there must be a redistricting commission, there must be 5 districts? Where is it? It's not there, is it? So why do we do it? I don't know. Next thing that I'd like to talk about here is, gotta love technology. Council rules of procedure. I came up here 2 weeks ago and said, where's announcements in the council rules of procedure? It's not there. So why is it on the agenda tonight again? I don't know. City vehicles taken home. Whoever lives at 27666 Gilbert Drive, I'm not going to name who it is or where they work for or who they work for, but they drive city vehicle number 916, license plate 079X049. Why? Why are they taking vehicles home? All right. This is not working, so I'm just going to put this aside now. As you guys all know, I have that website, warrenlife.info. I'm not going to talk about how many people go to it or how many people don't go to it. But one thing I noticed while posting one of the videos online and looking through the city charter is, city charter states that the mayor cannot vote, or the mayor is a non-voting member of any board or commission. So why does he vote on the DDA? It's a violation of the city charter, isn't it? Well, as a violation of the city charter, he's also violating his oath of office. And if he violates his oath of office, he's supposed to be out of office. Mr. Biernet, I'm going to end with this one word: nepotism. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Sheldon. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this opportunity to speak. I am from Oak Park, where we recently passed a resolution in the Oak Park City Council dealing with the electric smart meter issue. I know that the council here has heard from a number of other people, I think back in May, on this issue, and there was apparently some decision to refer it to attorney for possible future action. I hope not to be too much duplicative of what's been said already, but my position is that I am adamantly opposed to what DTE is doing. I think they're a good company, but I think they've lost their way on this issue, and what they're doing is pretty much an outrage in terms of the violation of homeowners' privacy. This is an issue which perhaps ultimately will have to be resolved by the Public Service Commission, but I think there's a great deal of good that can be done when city governments assist residents in bringing some pressure to bear so that the Public Service Commission will take a second look at this, because I think up to now they have just pretty much let DTE run rampant and do whatever they pleased with this. Traditionally, DTE is allowed to change and replace its own meters as needed. The Public Service Commission normally doesn't interfere with that. But because of the radical nature of the new technology, the fact that it does allow DTE to essentially peer inside people's homes and find out what they're doing, what their current activities are, how they're using electric appliances minute by minute all day long. And because that creates a database on the internet that can be hacked into so that other people other than DTE can know what people are doing minute by minute, I think it's an outrageous situation. I do feel that if we can get a few city councils from several cities to take some form of action, whether it be a moratorium or some other type of resolution expressing concern about this, that perhaps we can get the MPSC to take another look at this. I also want to make the point that I'm certainly not anti-technology. I'm a computer software person myself, and I certainly understand the overall goals of the program, which is to build a nationwide smart grid. It was that was put in motion by the Energy Independence Act of 2007. I think the overall goals are good. My question is, why hasn't DTE ever explained why it is that in order to implement a nationwide smart grid, they have to have intrusive meters on every homeowner's home? Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dean Barry. Good evening.
Good evening. Dean Barry, longtime resident. At the last council meeting, we discussed transparency. And I had suggested to you that if you were going to prove just how transparent you really are, that you would educate us, the viewers at home, about the DDA, about the building authority, and let us know, again, how they started, why they started, what they do now, how much money comes, how much money goes, what are they worth, how much debt are we in? I understand there's a lot of complexities involved, so it couldn't be addressed tonight. I understand that. But I also said, you're going to have to start talking about it, because I'm not going to let up. Not just that, but just transparency in and of itself and all that it entails. We have a lobbyist that makes just under $1,500 a week. Does anybody know his whereabouts? Does anybody know what he does? Does anybody know? Can anybody tell us? And by the way, if you do know, how come we don't? That's your job. That's a lot of money. I never seen his name or the positions. By the way, I like Mr. Miller, but that's irrelevant. That position, we have 2 state reps that I'm sure of. We have a state senator. They're in Lansing every day. We have $1,500, call it $1,500 a week, and nobody knows his whereabouts, his progress, nothing. These are things you should be knowing, reporting back to us. And you don't do it. It's nowhere in the budget. I've seen some amendments to the budget. Nothing was mentioned of that. So we don't even know if there's progress being made for that. We have no idea. And I'm sure that if there was, everybody would be talking about it, especially this being an election year. Somebody left their cell phone. It's not mine. So if we're going to talk about transparency, and then now I'm speaking on behalf of other people. There's new viewers watching tonight. This is serious stuff. When we don't know what's going on, we have to assume that either you don't, that's not good, or you do and you're not talking about it, that's worse. This again, just another class example. That's why I'm running for city council. We have to start talking about these things. We hear the so-called good. You know what I hear? I hear us being compared to Highland Park, Roseville, East Point, this, that, and that thing's going. I'm going to switch seats with somebody. That's going. I'll pick up next council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Police.
Hi,
Good evening.
everybody. Tony Police, 8520 Darlene. I want to start off by saying I want to thank publicly everybody that sent me cards. I got cards and calls from people I don't even know wishing me well. I'm in and out of the hospital probably 4 times since the last time we talked. I'm hopeful now that we're on the right track and everything is going at least in the right direction. And I stay the hell out of the hospital again. The food is good and no good. I have a lot of things wrong. People are asking and saying all kind of stuff, and I have some stuff that still has to be taken care of. But we're on the right track, and I want to again thank everybody for their cards and prayers and all of that. Now, one of the things that were brought up tonight is this thing about taking a house, tearing it down, putting $100 and some thousand into it, and selling it for $50. I got to tell you, every time you do that, my house goes down $5,000. It's killing us. I think the city ought to get out of the real estate business. If it needs to be knocked down, knock it down. If people don't want it to be empty lot, tell the people on the side of them, take half and half and fix it up. Give them a good price for it so that they can do that. But to spend that, everybody says it's federal money. Where does that federal money come from? Anybody say it don't come out of their back pocket? They're ostrich if they say that. Federal money is your money. They don't have any money. They have our money. And they can do whatever they want with it as long as nobody speaks up. I want to talk to the voters of Warren. Not to tell them who to vote for, because if you want to vote for Fauci, you vote for him. If you want to vote for Kathy, you vote for him, or anybody else running. Vote for who you want to vote for, but be an informed voter. Be an informed voter. And most of all, vote. Because I'll tell you what I've been told all my life, if you don't vote, you can't bitch, period. Don't bitch. You can't. You got to vote and try to vote responsibly. There's a lot of people running. The other thing I got to bring up is this. I'm again one of the co-chairmen for St. Louis Dunk Tank. I'm going to come around and ask everybody again, and everybody that's running, we already got number 1. Mr. Green is number 1 on Saturday. I will bring some paperwork and forms to fill out and get a hold of everybody either by phone or in person. It's a great church. They need the money, like every church and every business does. And we're hopeful that this year we'll bring even more money in because I figure it's an election year. You got to get your name out. You got to get up there, and we're going to warm up the water. We're going to keep it warm. I know everybody says warm up the water. We're trying to figure out some way right now to do that, and it will be warmer. It will not be ice cold. I guarantee it. Again,
do it over a hot tub.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rowena.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. I see Fouts is not here again. Where's he at? Has he got Alzheimer's? He forgets to come? He forgets his age. He forgets what he promised the citizens when he was elected. He doesn't keep anything. He must have Alzheimer's. His age isn't the problem, though. He lied. He doesn't show his birth certificate. Obama showed his. I want to see Fouts' birth certificate. Just for the principle, I'd like to know when he was born. If he lied to the citizens, we have a right to know. He has no reason to hide it if he didn't. And he keeps saying the buck stops here. Well, how come the buck stops here when he's a bully? He bullies people into putting his signs up when they take them down, and he keeps putting them up. He bullies people that have Kathy signs up by trying to give them tickets for stuff that they, what, 5 days to fix a porch? Nobody can fix a porch in 5 days, especially if you don't have the money. The division of North and South Warren. It is worse now with Fouts. South Warren has been harassed, picked on, and everything. We're not allowed to do anything down there without getting a ticket. But you go down his street, there's garbage cans on half the sides of the houses. How come they don't get in trouble? It's just the South End, as usual. Libraries. This library here gets new carpet for $90,000. Nothing's been done at Bush Library. And yes, I go there 3 or 4 times a month. They've got nothing done. This money that we wanted to help our libraries in the South End, where's it at? Where's it going? We should know. It shouldn't be going for carpet up here at the North End. The park on 9 Mile. That's another waste of money. Who wants to sit? Buses and semis driving down the street and eat? Not me. I wouldn't want to sit there. I wouldn't want my children playing there. I know there's rats there because when we picked the pizza up, we seen one about this big run down the sidewalk. Sorry. So they got rats. You want to sit with the rats and eat? Not me. Yes, there is. They eat at pizzas. Also, he said he would limit himself to 1 term. That was a lie. He said he would return a police helicopter. Didn't do that. The pool, we know better. Said he'd be at all council meetings. Has he ever showed up at one? No, that's the Alzheimer's, I guess. He said he would not have a deputy mayor. He has one. Just changed the title and gave him a raise. Said he would not have a chief of police. Has one. Changed title, give him a raise. Said he would use less appointees. He has more, and with higher salaries. He claimed there would be transparency in government. Where? He won't even tell us his age. He can't be honest about anything. This man needs to be gone. Sorry. And yes, I'm a Kathy voter. But I've known her for years. But I would vote for anybody else if she wasn't running besides Fouts. So he needs to go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Grace Stidham. Good evening.
Good evening. Now we're going to try it with teeth. One of the subjects I did not expect to talk about was the bathroom. I'm still having to use a handicap bathroom. And I walk in with a whole bunch of rolled paper in there. I hope I'm not going to get disease. I wash my hands after. I mean, that reflects anybody that comes into our city council walking into a mess. So whoever doesn't know how to clean up after himself, please don't use our bathroom. Okay, now the reason I was coming up here tonight was, and one lady just talked about, so it's really weird that I'm talking about it too, is I've received several phone calls. They would take me long to start getting calls. Hey Scott, you do know that you can't put pony back on Jim Fouts' sign, right? I got at least 20 calls about that. Please use your own space. I really have a problem with somebody's in authority because I sure know from Steenberg's administration the price I paid for talking up. I don't have the Kathy Vogue sign in my yard. I don't have it in front of a business or anything else. And I don't even know if I'm voting for her. But I think it's really outrageous that I have checked the houses that have been cited for it, and I'm not finding the problem, especially one being, why is an inspector going in a backyard to find out the pool cover has water in it while we have rain? This is not the way we treat citizens. This is not called good campaigning. I've watched for the last 4 years. And if somebody wants to land-base me this time, I'm directly going after Jim Founts when I talk. I'm really happy that he supports American. He buys American, I agree 100%. But when families are losing their homes and they're having a hard time feeding their families, I don't want to hear you bought a new car. You know, stop and think. We did not get the accountability that he promised. I tried to warn people, but nobody wanted to listen. I said neither candidate was a good choice. Jim Founts, I would like to say, is not part of the problem, but he was on the council long enough. When I came to my first council meeting and I listened to a bunch of arguing, he was one of the people that I talked about to act like a 3-year-old child. I have to give you guys credit, at least you don't do the bickering back and forth. You have acted like adults, and I want to praise you for that. But I don't see anything changing. And by the way, Jim does not have to send anybody to my house. Steenberg already did it when he was in office enough times. I say, if you want to run a campaign, run it clean. Do not be giving tickets. People have a free right to put whatever sign they want. What's called Martin. By the way, I will take one of your signs. I might not get a ticket for it. But this is America. They can put any sign they want on there. We do not have the amount of inspectors to go around giving tickets for sign. Let's go on the issues of what's going on wrong. This is America. Let's try to play a clean campaign this time. Have a good night. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Chris Pasternak. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pasternak, concerned citizen of the city of Warren. First thing, I'd like to wish Kyle Atkins a happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
I didn't think he was going to make it, so just wanted to tell him over the TV, but he did make it here. Find it kind of interesting that a cracked frame on a roll-off truck, it gets replaced, but a cracked frame on a fire truck does not get a replacement of that fire truck. Why are our fire trucks continually in bad shape and they're not getting replaced? We're replacing police vehicles as we should, but yet we're not replacing the fire department vehicles, except for EMS. It's a money generator. That's kind of nice. It just does not make sense, especially with all the houses burning down, the explosions all around my house. I get worried every day that the whole south end south of 9 Mile is going to burn down one day because of the lack of equipment or manpower. Went for a walk with my family, walking down 9 Mile. My son looked at a park and said, "Wow, that's a cool park." And I looked at him and said, "Sorry, son, you'll never go there." And he goes, "Why?" I go, "Well, it's not that safe." And he goes, "Is it?" He looked at me and said, "Is it because it's too close to the road?" He goes, "Can't those grown-ups figure it out?" This is a 5-year-old telling me, can they figure it out? Drive by there, look at the playscape, look how close it is to the road. It's embarrassing. Next thing I want to talk about, ex officio appointments to boards and commissions. Most of the appointments, if you read, are 1- and 2-year terms. Have you guys ever voted to extend those terms or do anything with them? There's only 4 according to state law, which is the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Building Authority, the Planning Commission, and the TIFA Board that are automatic renewals if there is no vote taken. So none of you have to attend any more meetings, although some of you haven't been attending for years. Next thing is in the city charter to answer a question about appointed positions. Section 7.6, if you read it, says that within 5 days of an appointment, the mayor must give notice to the clerk, and then at the next city council meeting, it must be known public of the appointment, and the city council must approve. And if they do not approve of the position, it comes back to the next council meeting. And if it is not approved at that meeting, then it is denied and that person can't come back for a full year. One other quick little note. Called the water department. House is flooding all over the backyard. Bottom's flood. You can see it from the street. It's kind of ridiculous. Call the water department. If it's an emergency, press 1. I hit 1 and what happens? All circuits are busy. Click. Call back. All circuits are busy. Click. If it's an emergency of a water main break, how are you supposed to get through? There should be some sort of answering service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eugene Sawyer.
Members of council, citizens of Warren, good evening. My name is Eugene Sawyer. I am running for city council at large, and I'm here to protect my turf and my issue. My issue has always been in this city to implement the emergency medical service, the EMS. I can remember standing here time after time, month after month after month, pleading with the people that were on the prevailing side of the question. Not only was I doing this, but other citizens were here pleading with the same people, saying, it's unfair that I have to pay $200, $300, $400 for a 2-mile ambulance ride. I received a lot of phone calls from a lot of people about Mr. Sadowski's little brochure here where he has an ambulance. Mr. Sadowski, you voted no on this in 2005. Do you recall? Do you recall how many people came here to entreat you, to plead, please bring our EMS back? You turned a deaf ear. In fact, you could have done it as the member of a prevailing side. You could have brought it back in 2006, 2007. Even when you got to be the council secretary, even if it was a whim of yours to put it on the agenda, you refused. And now you present this subliminal message to the people saying, oh, I brought this back to you. Vote for me. I voted for you. The only reason you voted for it because of political expediency. I don't see how you could have the audacity to put this in your brochure when you voted no. You voted no. And then you say, save $3 million. If you had voted right the first time, you would have saved $15 million. Now, I don't claim to have credit too much for having this issue brought before the city all these years. And I give credit to the people who implemented it. But the person who really should get most of the credit is Mr. Lou Bertie. He created the pathway for us to have this. And it's a shame nobody recognizes this. Mr. Bertie, I thank you publicly. A former councilman, a person who's served on a redistricting for the county, a county commissioner, and this man still does things for the city. Mr. Bertie, thank you. But no thanks to you, Mr. Sadowski. I don't think you should have put this on. That's disgusting.
Our next speaker is Gloria Sanker. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. You know, because of the constant approving of change orders that increase the original amount of the project itself,
and the constant transfer of funds, there could be a shortage in the budget, causing a request to be made at some time to increase taxes. No, we don't have one pending now. But if we don't live within our budget constraints, constant change orders and constant transfer of funds will add to the deficit. And after a while, we will either have to go back to the rainy day fund or increase taxes. If we do that, we shouldn't go back to the rainy day fund because, number one, we've already done that. And if we continue to go back to it, we will have to keep operating in a deficit like we are now. That means spending money that we don't have. And why are we using the rainy day fund at this time when there may be a large storm or even a tornado in the future? And if we don't have a rainy day fund, then we will be forced to ask the taxpayers for an increase. If we do that, the demands are going to be too strenuous for our residents, especially the seniors. There's probably about 2/3 of seniors that make up our population, and many of them are already living on a pension of like $900 a month, and $400 of that is being used on prescription drugs. And many of my elderly friends, maybe like yours, are also spending money for home care because they really can't afford to go into assisted living. So the seniors cannot survive any more tax increases. And other people in the city are not far behind. And they are the middle class, the largest tax base of all. We're losing them in droves because people are losing their jobs, losing their homes, and are forced to move out. So this is our tax base, the seniors who can't afford more increases, and the middle class who we are losing because of loss of work. So we as a city have to live more prudent. That means don't spend beyond our means, live within our budget, like residents have to. Don't use up the credit card in this case. That is called the rainy day fund. We are in a survival mode, and it's time to vote for a city council who would be ready to make the important decisions to sacrifice. I'm Gloria Sanker, running for City Council in District 2, and I'd be willing to make the hard cuts during the slowed down economy to keep the city from imposing taxes on the residents in the future. This is the most important budget Warren has ever faced. The next council will either make or break this city. I ask you to vote wisely during these horrific economic times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Krzysztofczyk.
Madam President, distinguished members of council, the Honorable City Attorney, Henry Krzysztofczyk, longtime resident of the City of Warren. Transparency. I can understand where the minutes of a meeting are more or less abbreviated. However, when one of your colleagues comes to you and say, hey, look, I want to set the record straight, they should be afforded that right. So, the 5 of you don't believe in transparency, you vote it down. Now, what harm would it be to correct those minutes and insert what Mrs. Colmartin wanted? None. But you don't want it in there. I think it's wrong, transparency. I have to compliment the mayor. For his wisdom in removing this ex-acting city attorney and putting a new person in there. Maybe now we can get some bidding done correctly, economically, preserve the fund balance, and cut the cost. And maybe you people up there will wake up and know contract extensions are no bid contracts. Maybe learn something. Appointments. I could tell by the way you voted on this, that Braza, the other lady, that you people did not read the charter. You voted like a rubber stamp. Boom, boom. The method of replacing, by charter, the individuals for appointment is similar to the accounting phrase, FIFO. First in, first out. And vacancies will be filled first. I don't care how far you go. Not one-on-one. Read the charter. Now, you people have been there for 4 years, and you want another 4 years? Breaking laws, state laws, charters? Anybody who votes for the 5 of you needs help. I picked up a, by the way, this is Pick on Sadowski Day. I picked up a brochure that Mr. Sadowski made. He said, I take my responsibilities to the Warren taxpayers seriously. We need to keep the City Hall open, honest, and accountable. Mr. Sadowski, are you saying that the City Hall and the Mayor's office and his administration are not honest? That if we don't vote for you, they're going to be corrupt? That's what it says here. I'll read it again. I take my responsibilities to the Warren taxpayers seriously. We need to keep City Hall open, honest, and accountable. That's a shocker there. I wonder how the mayor will take that. I'm at a loss of word when I see these things here. Now, we're going to keep transparency, and we're going to keep the City Hall open, honest, and accountable. Mr. Sadowski, what do you do to help Mr. Liss, Councilman Liss, to resolve his FOIA requests? Why don't you come over there and say, hey, look, the council body is entitled to these things. Why does that gentleman have to go through this? Mr. Sadowski, you said you're going to take care of that if we vote you in. You haven't done it in 4 years. What makes you think we should vote for you again? It's not going to happen, Mr. Sadowski. By the way, that spaghetti was pretty good today. There's more over here. You're asking, if you have an idea to save city tax dollars, Mr. Sadowski, that's your job. Now you're asking the residents to give you ideas? If we have to give you ideas, we don't need you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this council body. And please read the charter. Don't be a rubber stamp.
Our next speaker is James McDaniel.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. James McDaniel, City of Warren, 14 years, also a candidate for mayor. I'm running on the premise that something needs to be done with the city and the appointees. Several of the candidates are putting on a Meet the Candidate Day, July 9th, at Veterans Park between 12 and 7. We're encouraging all citizens to please come and meet the candidates that paid to be there to represent them. These individuals want you to know who you're voting for, honestly and up front. Their ideas, their beliefs. They want to give you the best informed decision you can this year on the best people for the job. July 7th is the next Lincoln Neighborhood Association at Wiggins Park, which is called Topher Park. And I pray we see more candidates there, along with more council people there, the ones that are running, to explain their positions and the way they voted and the way they didn't vote and so on and so forth. I ain't got much to say tonight. I'm trying to keep it above board. There's a few things that got under my skin like an Alabama tick, but I'm not going to sit up here and rant and rave and blow a gasket because it wouldn't do any good. Until we remove the Fab Five, we need to get rid of them before anything will actually get done in this city correctly. Donna, I did grab one of your signs right off of your husband's truck and stuck it on the back of my truck. Yep, your face is right on the back of my rump of my pickup. Mary, I want one of your stickers. Yours needs to be there too. Okay. Candidates need to let the citizens know what they are standing for this year, because there's so much song and dance, and of course you remember the clown outfit I brought up here for Jim Faust. He seems like he's the ringleader. We're getting tired of it. This city's heading down the Yellow Broke Road, and Jim Faust is leading us there until we get the reins back on into some good hands. We're going to be broke in a couple of years, and then what are we going to do? It's all going to be the people that said yes, 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 yes to everything that that man wanted. He doesn't even know what the heck's really going on in this city. He's got two other people running the ship, and they're running towards the rocks. I'm sorry, I love this city, and I love the people in this city, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that this city stays alive and thrives. We don't need any more of this dictatorship, and we don't need any more Jim Faust. So I pray that people come out July 9th to Veterans Park and meet all the candidates that paid to be there so they can be informed of who they're voting for. The candidates are paying for this out of their pockets so the citizens can relax and ask serious questions that need to be asked of the candidates. So please, July 9th at Veterans Park between 12 and 7, come be with us. There will be 20 candidates there. Come and ask us anything. I'm sure anybody that's there will answer your questions as best of their knowledge. And again, my name is Jim McDaniel. I am a candidate for mayor, and I pray I'll see you there. You all have a great night and sleep tight.
Our next speaker is Kyle Adkins. Good evening and happy birthday.
Good evening, folks. My name's Kyle Adkins. I've been a taxpayer in this city for 30-something years. First of all, I didn't have no intentions of coming tonight till I got to sitting at the house watching the city council meeting. Now, I'd like for each and every one of you to let your mind run back to 11B. $153,250 to tear down a house and rebuild it. You can buy them all day for big fine on for $50,000, folks. Someone said, well, this is federal money. If we don't use it, somebody else will. That's exactly why we're under the bond issue today. It's because, hey, if we don't use it, somebody else will. Very bad attitude, especially for somebody that we pay to make decisions for us. Everybody voted for it but Donna. Donna, I want to thank you. You said no. We need more no's rather than yes, 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 yes. Very sad. Do you stop to think if $453,000, would you say yes? It is in one way of speaking. Because it's tax money. It's tax money. When I was watching the council meeting, the last council meeting, on the budget, Mr. Green, I didn't hear you say one word. I was very disturbed about that. Because we pay each and every one of you a good chunk of money to make decisions. Why? Why? And Mr. Bacamino, you took Mr. Faust's place. You talked more last council meeting than you've talked in 4 years. And you know what it was? And I'm going to make this nice. It was BS. BS. Mr. Burnett, I want to talk to you as a friend. Do you recall back a few months ago that I stepped right up on this podium and walked up and welcomed you to this city? Thought I was doing the right thing. But when I heard you make the statement to City Council that they didn't have to listen to audience participation, very sad. We have officials that has that attitude that we paid big dollars to. Big dollars to. And I've said it before and I'll say it again tonight. How many times have you heard me say election time's coming? It's here. What are you going to tell the people? Are you going to say, I done everything laid in my power to help you? Or are you going, or with some of you, are you going to be honest with people and say, well, I thank you for the check that you give me for the last term? Very sad, is it not? Would you like to pay me to come over and cut your yard and me cut half of it and say, give me my money? You'd say, no, 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 no. The job ain't finished. The majority of you has not give us justice. Because we the people, are the ones that's paying you people. And no doubt every one of you sitting up there has more education than I've got. But when you get out to campaign, don't tell people what a great job you done for them.
Thank you.
Because if you do, you're going to have to answer to the one that's sitting way up yonder. Think about that when you meet them. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our final speaker this evening is Karen Springer. Good evening.
Good evening.
Ms. Springer's asked for a little bit of levity on the time. She said that you need a little bit more than 3 minutes.
Is that acceptable? I'll need some help with the overhead.
Okay, can we have someone from communications turn on the overhead, please?
Behind it. So keep it to our let's see. Do you have to put it sideways? Because I have another one too. Is that how it works?
Yeah, in order for it to be straight up there.
Okay. Okay. No, leave it on. Okay. The whole point is to give encouragement to the City Council to do the right thing and to think for the safety and health of the citizens of Warren as well as yourself, because we're all a homeowner. I know we're a citizen, and we do live in the state of Michigan. As we know, the smart meters are coming to our area. They're not deployed yet, but I think we can do the right thing by making a resolution, thinking about it, looking at what other townships and cities around us are doing about this, and even the states around us. Some states are not even participating yet because somehow of these smart meters yet. I know the water department is putting on a new meter, and they don't want to call it a smart meter. But I do feel, as a citizen, I need to know exactly the meter installation guideline booklet, which would be referred to a Neptune. I have not received any information from the water department to my request, and I would like the city council to follow up on that request for me. As you can see on the first diagram, it talks about the first meter to automatic meter. And just for the sake of education, this meter that the water department is going to put on, even though we don't call it a smart meter, it has the capability, and if it's a meter that's digital, it's a smart meter. I know the smart meter's got a bad rap because of our efforts, but I do believe that the meters are considered smart or advanced by virtue of their underlying technology, which replaces the outdated electromagnetic mechanical meters with digital meters that enable advancing communications and data relay. The three functions that make a meter smart are the ability to take the interval measurements, measuring both what was consumed and when, automatic transmission of the resulting data, eliminating the need of the manual reading, and two-way communications, the ability to both listen and talk. I just really want to stress that the emissions from the electromagnetic field is invisible and odorless. Because of the symptoms of becoming ill by headaches, insomnia, heart pulsations, etc., and down the road, cancer. This is a serious deployment of not just 1 meter, but 3 meters times 4 million people in the state of Michigan. This electromagnetic field is already existing with our cell towers and our cell phones. And just recently, the WHO organization has shown the connection between cancer that can be caused from this new technology that we've been using and people are not educated about it. It's a choice we have. I have no choice with a smart meter on my home. And I will defend my home and make the appropriate decision of keeping what I have. And if it comes down to turning off my water, like they informed me, I would have to learn how to do that like my ancestors did and bring in water to my home and not have the city provide me with the service of water to my home. I do not want this meter on my home and installed. They're going to be installing them soon in our south end, and I'm worried about my safety and health. That's number one. Here's what they're going to give us, a notice. The day of installing these meters is not fair to the consumer at all. I put together 1 to 10 documents. The city of Oak Park did do an excellent job on a resolution that you can consider. The resolution from California is excellent too, to consider the type of concerns they have. The Michigan Consumer Protection Act, Act 331 of 1976, also helps us as a consumer to protect our rights to health, safety, and any deception and unfair practices by a business. The smart meters was also challenged. Attorney. And this document is labeled number, I don't have it in order, 10, and just go over what he has really talks about, our privacy issue, and of course health and safety is what I feel is no negotiations at all with DTE Energy. If they're not safe, take another 5 to 10 years and build them safe. Get the safety switch on them. Again, I thank you for the concern. And remember, the first and foremost, our wireless meters mandatory. Check it out. I received that letter and I gave it to you March 17th. The Michigan Public Service Commission said it's mandatory. This document says, no, the federal government, including the
does not have any role in regulating the installation of smart meters, nor does it have a policy about the mandatory adoption of smart meters. I'm confused. If there's no law, how can DTE come on my property, put these meters on, and you guys...
Madam Chair, motion to extend the speaker's time.
She's already over by a minute. I told her I'd give her a little levity, so that's good to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will wrap it up shortly. It's been a long evening. I realize you took a lot of heat tonight because it is election time. We have to remind ourselves as citizens to speak with dignity and respect on both sides, even though sometimes I have to refrain from not being the same way. I can get emotional and upset when something doesn't go my way either. So, in brief, where is the authority to make this a mandatory action, even though the approval to change my old meter to a new meter? But if it's not safe and there's no laws to protect the issue of safety and health, let's make some ordinances. Start with the local, then work your way up to the state, then go to the governor. You have the power. Please do this before the election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We did get an additional speaker in, Joe Dabrowski. Good evening.
Good evening. Barely. I brought some notes of some things that have really been bothering me of late. But one thing that's really been bothering me for a few months now, and I finally I've heard about all I could hear of it tonight. I have to correct Mr. Sawyer, because he puts out misinformation after misinformation after misinformation. I have no problem with the fact that Mr. Birdie helped with the EMS situation, but that was 100% spearheaded by Ms. Camp, and nobody seems to want to give her the credit for that. And I can understand Mr. Sawyer not wanting to do that because he is, after all, an opponent. So I think the record just needs to reflect how, in fact, that came to be. With that being said, I think what you guys need to do, and somebody should probably try and do this tonight, I think you guys need to revamp our sign ordinance. If you look around, this city looks absolutely disgusting. You have one-sided signs all over the city that are as bad a blight, if not more so, than a lot of the homes. You have campaign signs on vacant, abandoned gas stations, which is absolutely disturbing to me. Is that your vision for the future of our city? I think that's absolutely disturbing. Campaign signs should be limited to your own district. This whole process is so confusing to people now. I've had people say, oh, I'm going to vote for so-and-so. You can't vote for so-and-so. They're not in your district. Well, then why are there signs in my district? I guess because they're lost or they really don't have a clue what it is they're actually doing. You know, you look at 10 Mile and Ryan, 10 Mile and DeQuinder, there's signs for people who have no business having signs there because it's not their district. It's a shame. And they just make it worse and worse all the time. Signs on vacant property, not just the gas stations, vacant car lots. People put signs on the property lines in between two properties so you can't tell who gave you the permission. That's a shame also. So I think you guys really need to revamp that. No more than one sign per person on a piece of property. You ride up and you'll see somebody has two signs on the same corner. When you do that with 3 or 4 people, you have a corner that has 12 signs, and it really looks trashy. Go look at the corner of 12 Mile and DeQuinder, one of the biggest eyesores in the city. 10 Mile and Ryan, same thing, really looks trashy. 9 Mile and Ryan, campaign signs on a closed up, boarded up, abandoned gas station. Really is disturbing. Then the last thing I want to touch on, I got a campaign flyer from the mayor, and I found this absolutely hilarious. After my prediction at the last meeting, I see this little thank you note going across the bottom of the mayor's campaign flyer, thanking the 5 people who voted for his budget. Mr. Bacamino, Mr. Warner, Mr. Sadowski, Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Green. Now, if that wasn't just the greatest thing I've seen in eons, I don't know what else was. And I do agree with one thing somebody said. Please educate yourself before you vote, because obviously at the last election, some people fell through the cracks that should have never made it up here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item is 15A. Councilman Mark List, discussion in re proposed to repeal Division 6, Elected Officials Compensation Commission Ordinance of the City of Warren Code of Ordinances.
Mr. List.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, my agenda item sort of got mixed up on the final draft, but I did send the council several proposals. What I am proposing, and I'll read this resolution into the record, I'll make the following motion. The Warren City Council requests the Warren Elected Officials Compensation Commission of the following. 1, a request to meet within 2 weeks of this resolution, and 2, to reduce the wages of all elected officials of the City of Warren by 15% to be effective immediately, and 3, to present the resolution in the City Council as required by law at the Council's next regularly scheduled meeting.
We have a motion by Mr. List.
To send this to the Elected Officials Compensation Commission with the recommendation from the Council to reduce elected officials' wages by 15%.
I have a motion.
I'm going to support the motion for discussion purposes.
Support by Ms. Vogt. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the back, Mr. Lewis. Is this what was sent to the council?
Sorry, what back?
There's the agenda item.
On the council agenda?
I'm sorry?
On the council agenda?
Yes. And then there's well, that's your email.
That's the email.
Okay.
The request that I originally wanted to present was to ask this to go to the Election Commission first, or Compensation Commission first. And if the Compensation Commission either refused to meet or did not to comply with the recommendation of the council, then to bring it back to council, repeal the ordinance, and perhaps do it ourselves. But right now, this is step 1. This is our ordinance right now, and so I'm requesting that we send this to the Election Compensation Commission with a 15% wage reduction.
Okay. Let me just ask, can we do this under state law?
Well, under the Home Rule City Act at 117.5C, in the very first paragraph, says that in place of a charter provision, which was existing on December 31st, 1972, establishing the salaries or procedure for determining salaries of elected officials, the governing body may establish by ordinance the procedure described in this section, in which case the restriction contained in the charter provision with respect to changing salaries during term shall be inapplicable, and then states what the ordinance will require. In our ordinances at Division 6, our charter provision, which was superseded by the Home Rule City Act empowerment of that ordinance, is Section 4.6. So I think the Home Rule City Act is clear. We have the ordinance, and the ordinance establishes the Compensation Commission, and so all provisions in the charter that deal with salaries take a back seat to the ordinance.
Okay. I agree that Wages need to be reduced. And I've been preaching that for 2 years now. Administration's not willing to do it. Somebody has to start. Somebody has to set an example somewhere. So, I support the proposal.
That's part of the reason why I'm doing it, because we've been talking about this for 2 years. I did check that the Compensation Commission does have 5 members. 4 are about a term, but until they're replaced, they continue to serve. I understand that the administration is currently busy looking for candidates to replace those people and/or to fill out the commission. But I think it needs to get started. It's not a political stunt. You know I'm not going to be here mid-November. I am one of a few council people here who also works for another public entity. And in that public entity, I took a 13% hit in wages or total compensation. And my wife also works for the state of Michigan, and she took a 10% hit. So I'm asking for this to be immediate because I think we need to stop talking about it. I think it's the right thing to do, especially after the Police Commanders Union gave us a contract that I think is workable and made some major concessions. I think we need to lead on this. I yield.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
I had the floor, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that's okay.
Thank you
I had the floor.
Thank you for entertaining my speech.
Sorry.
Yes. Mr. Schimmel. What we're doing is sending this to the the election, compensation commission. Yes. EOCC. No, I agree. It needs to go to the EOCC. Somebody's got to look at this. So, now I'll yield the floor.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused because what I have either in hard copy or in electronic form is not what Mr. Liss read off. And in fact, on mine it says proposal to reduce all appointed officials' total compensation by 15% for those officials making $50,000 or more in wages, and it talks a little bit 15% for all wages, elected officials. What I have is not what you have, obviously.
I handed out this material at our just before our closed session, which I know it was far more time than some of the council members gave us for the 44 budget points.
Is this what you're talking about? You handed out?
What I handed out at about 7 o'clock today, yes.
So what we have on the agenda as our backup is not what you're addressing?
No.
It's changed?
No.
All right, thank you.
Any further comments from council members? I looked at this proposal. Obviously, this has been talked about a lot. Different council members have sent over different suggestions as far as what should be taking place. So with that, I pulled the minutes of the Compensation Commission. And one in particular brings out, well, first of all, I want to say that I was very impressed. You know, I really wasn't that familiar with the Compensation Commission individual members, but in reading their minutes, there seems to be a very good balance of, you know, those that looked at superintendents in the local area, different cities, neighboring cities, what the salaries and that were paid. And the minutes that I'm referring to actually go back to 2005, which I actually believe is the last time that they actually met. So with that, I was encouraged to see what they had to say. You know, some were saying that, well, they thought that the salaries at that time of the mayor was $20,000 under par of the average. You know, the treasurer was maybe about $8,000 under, different things like that. But at that time, this one part says, Chairman Scripter stated that a letter dated December 7, 2005 was received from Councilwoman Melinda S. Moore requesting that it consider a wage freeze. An article in the Macomb Daily a few days later was comparable to the letter. He stated, however, that it was the job of this commission to do what was right. Council members should not be directing this commission on what or what not to do. Another comment by Commissioner Croyle stated that the commissioners should think about what was happening in their worlds, then vote their conscience. They should not be influenced by anyone. And the ultimate result of this meeting was that there would be 0% increases for any elected officials. Now, I realize, there's been talk that somebody's got to start somewhere. We need to take some cuts and whatever. I don't have, if the Compensation Commission chooses to meet, which traditionally meets after the election, that's another thing that I think is, in all fairness, if we wanted to address this, I think we should have addressed this prior to May 10th, the filing deadline, because we're impacting people that may have made some decisions based on information that they thought was there. But not excluding that, since that didn't take place. They traditionally meet after the election to where it takes place at that point forward. I just view it in the fact that if we send a letter again, I didn't agree with the letter being sent in 2005, and I don't necessarily agree with us going forward to contacting them now at this point. Since 2003, they haven't enacted any raises for the elected officials. Now, if we want to actually pursue, I think the fact that we're discussing this openly at a meeting puts them on relatively good notice that obviously there are members of council that support a decrease in all elected officials' pay. As far as actually formally sending a letter, my concern is if we don't ultimately repeal the EOCC, as Mr. List referred to it as, if we don't send a letter 2 years from now, does that imply that we want to raise? I think we're opening up a situation that could, there's no positive winner. If you say, hey, I don't want to take a pay cut, politically you get beat up. If you say, yes, I think everybody should take a pay cut, you're a great guy because no one thinks politicians should make the money that they make. I just think that this was put in place as a protection to elected officials. Otherwise, they would never see raises at any given time. We'd still be making $3,000 as it stated in 1950. And I don't think it's fair to put in place something that, now creates a precedent or set the precedent when members of the commission have clearly stated we should not be dictating what they should or shouldn't do. And by saying, even though it's a positive to say we want a pay decrease for elected officials now, does silence in the future say we expect an increase? That's something I think we need to consider when we're considering this matter.
Well, Madam Chair, may I have the floor?
Mr. List.
There are certain protections in place already that the statute considers under Michigan Compiled Law 117.5C that the recommendation from the Election Commission would have to come back to this board and would have to be, otherwise it has to be rejected by a 2/3 vote, otherwise it's enacted. And note that the Election Compensation Commission, the Elected Officials Compensation Commission hasn't met in years, and maybe some heat should be put under fire. I'm not worried about compensation for election officials. Frankly, I think that having a mechanism like this is a cop-out. I think that the legislative body should be setting the salaries and face the voters directly. After all, this is their money.
I think you make a good statement, Mr. List, but let me say this one. And the fact that elected officials are setting their own salaries, I think some people would argue conflict of interest. Obviously, we've had many of issues of, 5-4, 6-3 votes, whatever. If you got a majority up here, they could then increase their own salary $100,000 a year.
Well, the thing is...
And if there's more than a majority of them, then there's nothing the mayor could even do to veto that.
There is one thing that the people have that the commission does not have. These people can vote us out. If they don't like the salaries we set, they can vote us out.
Well, I agree with you there. The only thing that I would recommend be a change to the Home Rule City Act that non-action allows whatever to take place. The elected officials should be forced to act on the recommendation for or against. But that's my just.
No, the Congress sets its own salary.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Martin, then Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely feel that with the pain that we're seeing out there with all the residents and what everybody else is going through, any kind of company that you see right now, people are making concessions everywhere. I agree, and I talk that we should be looking at some kind of pay reduction, whether it's in this format or another format. It was talked about by Schimmel, it was talked about by the mayor, that, we should take a cut across the board. I think it's going to have to be dealt with, and it's going to, at some place, time, and point. Whether this is going to initiate it, make it go forward. The other thing that I have a problem with is because people are under contract currently right now. The voters voted a certain salary amount, and I don't know if you can, at the timeline where everybody meets, if it can be dealt with right at this time, giving them some guidelines and thinking of the direction that we want to go in and that we are looking at cuts. I think that's important. So I will leave it to other comments. Thank you.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's been some good points made. Ms. Camp, you made some good points, as well as Mr. Lewis and Ms. Comartin. Actually, the matter is, the Compensation Commission has not been called to meet in the last 3.5 years. Yes, they typically meet after, they're supposed to meet every 2 years. And they have not met since 2005. Is it more fair for someone to work hard, get elected, and thinking they're going to get a certain pay, and then the Compensation Commission says, we recommend a decrease? Or does it make more sense for someone to at least know, should it have been before May 10th? That would make sense. But at least now they would know, I want to work really hard and get this job, or, if it's all about the money, maybe I don't. So if the Compensation Commission had been, the meetings called as they should have been, then we wouldn't be doing this at all. But that has not happened at all in the last 4 years. So I think we need to step up to the plate and take some action. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it interesting that we get a piece of paper tonight with 4 lines on it, and that's it. Not a copy of the charter section.
Yeah, I gave it out to you.
Where?
Look for it. I gave it to you.
Where?
I lost it.
Oh, this? Well, I remember seeing this when the agenda came over, so I did a little search on Elected Official Compensation Commission and the word MCO. And the second line that came up was an opinion in 2009 from the Attorney General. And I think I didn't make a copy, I thought you'd do the research on it, but I think it said something like that a council wanted to, or a councilman wanted to reduce the salary, same topic that we're on right now. And the opinion from the AG is you can't. You have an elected official compensation commission. That's their duty. It's out of your hands. And I'm sorry, I have the floor. Thank you.
I didn't say anything.
You just did.
I didn't say anything.
You just did again.
Stop it.
You just did again.
Mr. Green, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But
this is. Now I'll interrupt you.
No, Mr. Green has the floor.
This is, if we want to do that, great. Send the letter over to them. But putting a number on there, yeah, do we have to take a reduction? Sure, that's great. But doing it now, right before the election, is posturing. Doing it right before is disingenuous to the people who are running for election. They meet, what is it, the September after?
November
After?
Well, the history shows November. I don't know when.
And we send a recommendation to the administration. have them meet. But putting a number out there, there's an opinion that says that we can't do that. That's why we have a commission. I mean, the first thing that came over was to repeal the ordinance. Now it's changed. Now it's changed again 3 times since the agenda came over on Friday.
No. I know, I'm interrupting you. I apologize.
Hearing voices. But there's a lot more out there than the information we have here. And rather than go down the path of doing it wrong, I think we should meet and talk about it. Is there a path that can we do this? If there's an opinion out there from the AG saying we can't, is there a proper way to do it? I agree we should do something on it, but I don't want to just throw it out there and have it just fall apart because, we can't do it because of we have an elected official compensation commission, and that's their duty. Do we have to go back and repeal it? Do we have to send something to the administration to force them to meet? All we do is a resolution. He has to have them meet. So, I yield.
Any other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. List.
All we're sending is a recommendation. I read the Attorney's General opinion on that. And statute's clear. The Election Officers Compensation Commission has the authority on this. And we're just stalling here, quite frankly. We're just stalling. And if the Election Officers Compensation Commission doesn't like the 15%, they can come up with whatever number they want. They can come up with a 20% increase if they want. But the fact of the matter is, Ms. Vogt made a great point. They haven't met in years. And I don't think it's the administration that asked the Election Officers Compensation Commission to meet. I think they have their own authority to meet. I'm suggesting that we send a resolution to them saying, hey, meet. Thank you.
Any further comments? I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. List.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
No.
Mr. Green.
No.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Camp, no. The item passed 6-3.
Next agenda item is 15B. Councilwoman Kathy Vogt, discussion regarding the auditor's contract.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really don't need a motion. It is just discussion, as we talked a little earlier tonight in the previous meeting. It was actually in, I think, March 2010 was when the request was made for an RFQ for city auditor. 2010. And that has not, the RFQ has not been put together. It's not happened. But we need, in our auditor's contract, Mr. Phillips' contract will expire this month. We need to take some action. And that contract needs to come to our agenda. I'm seriously concerned. We have a new city controller who has not been through this particular process before for this city. And we need an experienced auditor to help him. We have deadlines that have to be met. And I would just ask respectfully, Mr. Sadowski, that we get that contract on the agenda for the next meeting. I mean, if we need a motion, a resolution, we could do it, but I don't think we do. I would just, obviously, administration is not following the request for an RFQ. It's not happening. If we start putting together the committee with the next meeting, it's going to be September at a minimum before we even have a name to throw out there, and we'd never, ever, ever make our deadline. So push for it for next year if that's what you need to do. And if we're going to be looking at new auditors, we should probably look at new auditors across the board, RFQ for the pension boards, what have you. I really think we need to do, if we're going to do it, It's got to be across the board, but right now we need to get that contract in front of council and do what we have to do so that we don't end up just in a whole lot of trouble because we haven't got the proper reports done to the state. So that's it. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Sadowski?
I don't disagree with you, Councilwoman Vogt. The problem is that if we can't get the administration to react to that or to do this, because in January, I did put it on the agenda for those auditing contracts with the stipulation that we go through the bid process on that. And them dragging their heels, and we get to this point, and again, here we are. At what point do we take a stand and just say, hey, we've asked to have this done. We go through the process of bids on various things, and this is the contract that we control. The problem is that the city council does not have its own buying and purchasing department, and we rely on the administration to do that. And if they drag their heels on it, and then we're forced to have to approve it, maybe what we do is we just ask for a contract from another auditing firm, and then just say, and then we just put that on the agenda. What would be the difference in doing that? I mean, if that's the way the administration is going to react, I want to see, what's out there and what's comparable. Are we getting the best bang for our buck? But we don't know that because it's not going out for bid. So I understand your point. I mean, I understand that these documents need to be done, but at what point do we put people's feet to the fire? So those are my things.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
I agree with you, and hopefully the next administration will be a little more cooperative with council. And when council says, this is what we want, and council sends out a resolution, administration will honor the request. Okay? That's what should have been done. But as I understand it, right now, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not in the council office and I haven't been there and talked to the clerical assistants there, but the contract has come over, and it's not council's decision to take a stand right now. It's the council secretary who's taking a stand. And I appreciate that, and I respect it. I do. But not to the point where we could end up in a lot of trouble financially. So that's all.
We as a council, we as a council said that we were approving that contract with the stipulation that it was going out to bid.
If it doesn't come here for us to approve, if it doesn't get on the agenda, council can't approve it. So right now we've got administration saying we're not going to put together the RFQ committee, even though council has, I think twice, I think in March 2010 and I think in January, both times, council said this is what we want. And administration is saying we don't care what you want, you're not going to get it. And that's not right. But right now, that's my concern.
Any other comments from council members?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Litz.
I've looked over the charter, and our resolutions aren't suggestions. They carry the force of law. And the administration's under an obligation to comply. I think it's clear when you read that section, when we're the policy makers. As much as everybody would like to think that this is a dictatorship or a strong mayor system, we're the policy makers. We set the policy. Our resolutions aren't requests. So perhaps we should grow backbone. Nothing else.
Any other comments?
Real quickly, Madam Chair, as it was pointed out, is the this is our contract. Why don't we form the RFQ committee? Why don't we take it to the purchasing agent, have it posted on Mitten, and do it ourselves? We don't need them. We're intelligent people. We can do this ourselves. What are we waiting for? Let's do it.
Any other comments? We'll go to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item is 15C from Donna Kaiser-Comartin, authorized use of city property for city fair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, just to give you a little bit of background information, we had discussed the fair at the city vacant property that we had during our budget hearings. And we had discussion of where the funds were and some additional information. What I'd like to do is, we've had some meetings. Rotary was involved in the fair for many years. We had some issues that came up with that. I would like to make a motion to get the following answers to these questions regarding the city fair on the vacant property located by City Hall at our next scheduled meeting as follows. I would like to know who owns that vacant property around City Hall. If it was the DDA that owns that, who approved the use of that property for the carnival? 3, was there a signed contract by the City of Warren or what authority with the operator of the fair? We need to get a copy of that contract. And 4, during the budget hearings, as we asked about the fair's proceeds, how much was received from that fair and where did those funds go? And who received, what budget received those funds? I think it's important that we have that information. In the future, as much as vacant property belongs to the taxpayers of our city, it's, in my opinion, that we should be notified, the council should be notified in advance, along with the DDA board, and of any non-municipal use of such activities or contracts. We are supposed to receive all contracts for the City of Warren. And we did not see a contract on that. So I think we need to have a report brought back to us with the answers to those questions. And that is my motion, as I stated in detail.
I'll support Ms. Comartin's motion.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. List. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Thank you.
Quite a little too long.
Yes, Your Honor. The most honorable chairwoman, Madam President.
Ms. Vogt.
Yeah, we need to know. I mean, first of all, let's be clear. We're not talking about the city fair that took place at Helmich.
No, I said at the vacant property next to City Hall.
Okay, we're talking about the festival that, when you call it city fair, that's the Lions put on the city fair. And so that created some confusion. It created a great deal of concern for some of my Lion members. I have to tell you that. And the property, vacant property, is just to the north of City Hall on Van Dyke.
Correct.
That's the festival that for several years was
the Rotary Fair.
Yes, the Rotary Festival, and somehow the city got the contract. We haven't signed it. We know we didn't approve it. Thought the DDA did, but the DDA was totally surprised when some of the Rotarians showed up at their meeting and said, what's going on? And DDA said, we don't know. So I'm like you, Ms. Comartin. I don't know who authorized it, who signed the contract with the carnival. Where did the proceeds go? Because clearly when we asked the city controller, he didn't know. It's one of the great mysteries, but we've got to assume and it wasn't budgeted. We didn't see it in the budget. Yeah, so, yeah.
Any further
But I definitely want an answer to those questions, and I would like that answer soon, very soon. Thank you.
Any other
Madam Chair.
comments? Mr. Warner?
That's the old property that the Coventry Inn was on?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's DDA property.
That's DDA.
Any further comments? Go ahead and call the question, Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Need a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Motion by Mr. List, support by Ms. Vogt. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The meeting has adjourned at 12:34 a.m.